with support from Ebonite, Bowl a Win, Hammer, Nothing Hits Like a Hammer, Track, Columbia 300, Storm, the Bowlers Company, Roto-Grip, King of them all, Motive, Get Motivated, Brunswick, B is for Bowling, DV8, Damn Good Bowling, 900 Global, produced by Matt Turek and tournament coordinator Ricky Matsko, commentary by Joey Petzold and Brendan Pick. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Joey Petzold. To my right here is Brendan Pick. To my left is our producer, Matt Turek. We're here live at Cave Springs Lanes, where we are hosting one of our MJT events. How are you guys doing this morning?
I'm doing all right. Got me a nice little coffee drink, and I'm ready to go.
Doing pretty good.
Brendan, you want to talk about the pattern and a little bit of history behind this?
Yeah. Today, the bowlers are bowling on the Kegel Boardwalk pattern. It's 35 feet in length, and it was actually modeled after the pattern they used at the 2000 PBA Indianapolis Open, which was a pretty interesting show. They used they had an 8-man stepladder with 2 showdown matches, and some of the guys that made the show on that were Duke, Barnes, Walter Ray Williams Jr., McCune, Brian Voss, Doug Kent, Randy Peterson. You know, not anybody that anyone really knows, or it's, you know, a handful of Hall of Famers. But from that field, I can tell pattern might play pretty tough, and I don't expect scores to be nearly as high as our last event.
This is a short pattern, isn't it?
It's
yes, sir.
35-foot pattern. It's going to be interesting to see how many people can actually play up the ditch. Now, a little new feature that we have for you guys is we've definitely took the time and upgraded most of the technology that we have. So we actually, our live stream pairs are broadcasting on high definition with new cameras. So we're going to pull a little look here. As you see, lanes 27 and 28 is one of our featured pairs, while the other pair is 19 and 20. So like I said, we're trying to do everything we can to make sure that you guys get the best quality that we can when we actually broadcast these events to you guys. But right now, all the bowlers are getting warmed up. 35 feet. What do you think the cut for the guy? Well, for the scratch division is going to take?
I'm going to go on a whim and say plus 99.
99. Brendan?
Well, Matt, I think that might be a little high.
You think so?
I'm going to go on the other whim, and I'm going to say it takes plus 25.
Ooh.
Yeah.
What, 25?
Yeah, they're already flying out there, and I'm taking a look through practice. I'm seeing a couple of urethane balls go down, and
already?
Yeah.
Wow.
You know, I'm looking around. I could definitely see what you mean. No one's really consistent with the pocket playing up the ditch. I'm probably going to go a little bit higher than what you said, Brendan. I'm going to go, what did I say last time, 43? I'm trying to think of my the famous number I almost had.
Oh, you're talking about the one where you actually won.
Yes.
Yeah, no one remembers that, Joey.
Oh, I remember that. You know, I'm going to say the cut, I'm going to go 52 over.
What do you want to make your prediction?
Trying to find out here what tournament coordinator Ricky Matsko think the cut is going to be.
Just the Ricky.
But as you see on our featured pairs, 27 and 28 is going to be one of our featured pairs. As now you see on there, in the blue, Donald Lee, in the green, Sean Bybee, and then the 2-time defending champ, Ben Pallardy, trying to make it 3 in a row.
And Joey, I just got confirmation from tournament director Ricky Matsko that today we are actually cutting straight to the top 4 for stepladder matches, and so he placed his cut score at top 4 of what our cut scores will be, and he placed his at 84, I believe.
I definitely think it's going to be interesting with it being a short pattern. How many guys here do you think feel comfortable playing with it being a 35-foot pattern? If you do the mathematical thing for bowling, take the feet minus 32 or 33 feet, they should be playing somewhere around 2 and 3. So it's going to be interesting to see how many people can play up the ditch. And I already want to point it out. We have our live stream on 27 and 28. Brad Zaslevich, this is still practice. On lane 29, just already left an 8-pin.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get that out of the way before the tournament this time. He's, for those of you watching at home, Brad is infamous for leaving 8-pins here at our MJT events, but hopefully here at Cave Springs today he will figure out a way to get that darn pin down so he can advance to our top 4 stepladder and hopefully take home some scholarship money.
Literally, he is the 8-pin king. As practice is starting to wind down here. There are 18 bowlers out there today, 5 in the handicap and 13 in the scratch. Not a usual turnout that we get, a little bit lower, but the payout is actually still going to be pretty good.
Yeah, it's a solid payout. Unfortunately, at this point in the season, we're battling with a lot of schedule conflicts between some receptions and other tournaments, and so no matter who shows up, we're going to run the best event we can and hope to put as much scholarship money as we can out there, and hopefully we just keep growing. That's the goal.
I believe so. That's exactly what we're trying to do. For anyone that is interested, May 18th is our next event. We are making it an MOT, so it's a no age limit at the Brunswick Zone in Chesterfield, Missouri. So come out there. We're thinking from what Ricky was saying, it might be another short pattern. He said he might put Wolf out, so it'd be a 32-foot pattern. If you feel like you can play very good on any short pattern, come out and give it a try. And then after that, our next event, we will not be hosting. We will actually be broadcasting live from Union, Missouri, where we will be broadcasting the Missouri High School State Finals. I know all of us here are really excited to broadcast that.
Absolutely. That's actually down at Oasis where they're holding the Missouri Youth State Championships right now, and scores have been flying up there. I know that house is pretty scoreable, so I hope to see some high scores down there, and we'll get to stream as they crown a new high school state champion in the state of Missouri.
I'm going to be interested to see with the Baker's format and with you saying with the scores can be putting up, if there's going to be that team that could possibly pull out a Baker 300.
It is certainly doable.
But a lot of big names here at this this MJT. As we mentioned before on our live stream right now, Sean Bybee, who back last year actually at the event at Plaza came runner-up to Christian Ascona, who is at this event today. As you see on the left, 2-time defending champ Ben Pallardy is here. Also can say he is a collegiate national champion with the Linwood University. Riley Smith is at this event today, so expect him to put some numbers up. Same with Ryan Patterson. And then in the handicap division, we have our two champions back to back are here also. So I believe it was Hunter Reichert. Wasn't he won it last month? And then Landon Richards is in it. Another bowler to watch in the handicap is Austin Easley. He's made the top 5 a couple times. Well, top 4 in the handicap division. So expect him to try to make his way back into the step ladder. Now I know last time we did this, we predicted who we thought was going to be in the finals and who won. Who do you think Who are you going to pick?
Oh, I'm good. I got to put my cards in or my chips in Riley Smith's corner. He is one of the better straight players I know, and he's one of the most talented bowlers I know in the nation. So my pick to win today's event, although heck, he hasn't even thrown his first ball yet. So if he pulls this off, I'll look pretty good. But I think Riley Smith definitely stands a chance to win this event.
There's two guys that come to my mind when I think of something playing straight, and that's Rodolfo Mendez. We all call him Rudy when he bowls at Lindenwood. And then Christian Ascona. Those are the two guys I'm thinking of, but I'm going to probably put my money on Rodolfo. Very good straight bowler, and I think he's going to give a run for the top 4 and sneak his way into the final match. But yeah, as you see on the live stream, 27 and 28, 19 and 20 are our featured pairs. Where we're sitting, we're right behind lanes 23 through 26. So, and where we're sitting, we can see the scores actually really well. So any big scores or anything going on, definitely keep you up to date. And if so, we can move the camera so we can get the action. As you see, Ben Pallardy there shooting the 410, off to a little bit of a rough start and unable to really consistently hit the pocket.
Folks, stepping up in front of you here, you're going to see Sean Bybee from up in the Michigan area. He's playing the ditch with what looks to be a defiant soul and has no problem sending all 10 back there. And that's kind of the look the bowlers are going to be using, at least on fresh, that right up the channel or right up to the outside. And you don't have much oil out there. And one of the things I noticed from doing some research on this pattern is it's going to hook, but if you try to get left too early, it gets really, really nasty. So look for, at least in qualifying, look for a lot of shots right up the gutter, just like the one you saw from Sean.
Out of the 18 bowlers, it looks like there is only 2 that are left-handed. Austin Easley in the handicap division is the only one, and then the scratch is Donald Lee. So I really think that this could be a lefty shot, depending on how consistent they can execute the shot. As you saw over on lane 28, when Donald came up, he went 10 in the pit.
Yeah, and right in front of you there, you saw our 2-time defending MJT champion, Ben Pallardy, strike. I believe I caught him telling us that he's throwing a Brunswick Melee sanded up at 500, so he's looking for that outside shot as well. But yeah, as you were saying, if the lefties can get lined in, you know, grind themselves out a nice little groove, no one's going to mess with it. And I know Austin's been in our top 4 a handful of times, and I've seen Donald throw a couple of our events, so I hope they both do well.
But it's really interesting looking at everyone bowling right now. Most of the guys in the scratch division who are able to put some numbers up aren't really throwing aggressive equipment. We're seeing it like from the Brunswick side, you see LT48s and Melee, so less aggressive equipment. And even on like Storm side, I'm seeing balls that really don't flip as much, so they can try to play this short pattern.
And we were just talking about there, Donald Lee on 27 goes Brooklyn, and he's going to have to try to figure out a way to tame that reaction.
Definitely looks like just through the house, once the ball is hitting the off the, like once it's just hitting the burn in the back, it's definitely jumping. I definitely think the scores are going to be low today.
It's all right. I know a lot of these guys out here, you know, a lot of them are high school, college age, and they're recovering from their fun Saturday night. But actually, our Saturday night was pretty fun ourselves. We ran a 9-pin fundraising event at Kingpin Lanes and had a pretty decent turnout and raised about $400 for our tournaments here. So we just want to take a moment to thank anyone who donated or came out and supported our event. We always appreciate any support any of you guys can give us, and we look forward to seeing you at future events.
Yeah, it was definitely a great turnout. A lot of money we actually made off the raffles, as we were, if anyone did not see our Facebooks or Twitter, we were able to raffle off an autographed bowling pin signed by professional bowlers and amateurs who came down to actually bowl the inside bowling tournament. We were able to raffle off a free Storm ball, any ball of your choice. So that got a lot of people's attention. We'd like to thank Storm for giving us the opportunity to raffle that off. Jazzy Ape actually gave us something too, to where you can customize your own jersey. So we would like to thank them. And just a lot of pretty much gifts and that we were giving out that were really helpful. And I'm pretty sure we'll do more later on down the road. So keep an eye out. It's a nine pins raffle. It's all towards the MJT to help out the youth bowlers. I think it was a very good event yesterday. Very good turnout.
Yeah, we had some. We had a basket from Dairy Queen. We had some awesome EFX balance bracelets, and we really appreciate any of the donations, and we ask for your continued support as we run these tournaments and give out more and more scholarship money. But as we focus our attention on the lanes here, we see. Who do we see down there, Joey?
Well, I believe that's Austin Easley right now up on lane 20, looking to convert the 5-7 and misses it right. But the nice thing is like we are able to do high school state finals. I am so excited for that. But we are also going to be raffling off more gifts for everyone that's there, and I definitely think if you want to come out and spectate some of the best high school bowlers in the state of Missouri, I would definitely come out and check the event. But we're going to be giving away some pretty good, nice prizes. We're going to have some autographed ball by Ryan Schaefer and an autographed jersey from him. And then I'm pretty sure we're actually going to be giving away, we're going to be raffling off some bowling balls. So definitely some prizes in there that people are going to enjoy.
Yeah, I know I spoke with Jack Jurek and Scott Norton, and they were trying to send us stuff for our last event here. Unfortunately, they had some events of their own they had to take care of, but they both contacted me and said that they're still going to help us out. And so look for those items at our high school stream coming later this month.
It's going to be very awesome. Aren't we? We're going to be, while we're there, we're going to be selling DVDs of the live stream that we'll be doing. So it's going to be in the high-definition cameras that you see we're using right now. And then we'll also be taking individual and team photos for people to be purchasing too. So it's a pretty fun event, and it could be a memorable one if you decide to purchase one of the DVDs or photos that we take.
And folks, here right in front of you, you're seeing Sean Bybee. That strike you saw a few moments ago was followed up by 2 opens. So he's looking to right the ship as he's made a ball change to what appears to be, I believe that was an Avalanche urethane.
I think it was. I hardly don't see any of those today. But as you see on 27, Ben Pallardy looking to spare the 2-4 as he's pretty much on the same boat as Sean, though. Only 1 strike through 5 frames, and a lot of bowlers here on the same boat. As you see there, Christian Ascona converting the 3-4-6.
Yeah, he converts, and that's one of multiple just really awkward splits or spares I've seen today. The heavy friction down lane and the short pattern are leading way to the ball's checking through the face. So don't be confused if you see a string of 3 or 4 and then a 6 count or a 5 count or a 4 count. There is tons of angle down lane.
I'm looking around, and there's only a couple big scores that are being put up. Right now on lane 20, on our feature pair, Casey Gettle has a double with 2 spares and 3 strikes, so she's got a possible 260 still left in the game. Rudolfo, if he strikes out, he's got a 230. But down on the end pair here on 29 and 30, Jason Robarg, the freshman from Alaska, goes double 9 spare and next 4 in a row, so he's on a 270 game. actually interesting. Right in front of us on lane 23 and 24, Sean Flannery, who has 4 in a row. It looks like he's the deepest out of everyone. I think he's only getting the ball out to maybe 8 compared to as everyone else is trying to play up 5.
And Joey, if I could cut in for a moment, we were just speaking about Casey Gattell, and she throws another strike there on the board to continue her possible, I believe that's a 260 pace if she can finish that game off. And she made a point to walk up to the table today as we were doing check-in and told me that she was going to tear them up. So look for big scores from Casey.
As most of you know, Casey is a 2-time champ in the handicap division, as she is looking to make it 3s. Riley Smith in front of us converted the 4-9. As you see on the featured pair, Sean Bybee coming up on lane 27, working on a strike. And to the right of him is Ben Pallardy, leaving the 2-4, 8-10.
And he gets that avalanche urethane into the pocket. Unfortunately, he leaves the 10-pin as Ben looks to convert that split and gets count. And they're both just trying to grind out this game.
I think a lot of people are. It's just this pattern is really, it's a challenge. I don't think the scores will be high. And the problem is if you miss right on this pattern, especially at this house, it's pretty much an OB, so it's just going to carry and not get that roll that most people are looking for. As you see, Sean there on 27, converting the 10-pin. As we're going to jump down here to the low end. As you see, Austin Easley up on lane 19. He has a 78 in the 8th frame. As you see, that ball goes right on him, leaving the 1-2-4. As Rudolfo over on lane 21, putting a strike up in the 9th, giving him a 164 or 166 in the 7th. But here's Casey Gettle up on lane 20, as she has a 268 game as she steps up here into the 9th.
And as we watch Casey's delivery there, she doesn't quite like it. Checks high, leaves a 3, 6, 9, 10, and she'll look to convert. Even with an open here, she's looking at a 220-ish game. But actually, Joey, we have a name correction. Jason Robarge.
Robarge.
Yep. But he is looking down on lane 29 to continue his 279 pace. Can we catch just the side of that?
As we're going to bring it down to the higher end, as you see Sean tripping the 2-pin forward, leaving just the 7-pin.
And so, folks, Jason will be coming up on the far right-hand side of your screen. You'll see him at the end of the approach.
Up on lane 29. We're going into the 8th, working on the 270 game.
Comes in a little high, trips out the 4-pin to put up he drops the nickel. And he most likely will be our leader after this first game.
If he can punch out, he's got a 279. But there are other bowlers here who are still putting up numbers, as Sean Flannery, who I mentioned earlier, who's playing a little bit left of everyone, goes open the first frame 7-2, 7 spare, and he also has a nickel up on the board.
Yeah, and I know Sean made cut last year at Junior Gold, and he was a little lost in practice, it looked like. Couldn't quite find the pocket, and about 2 or 3 frames in, I think he decided to up his ball speed a little bit. It looks like he's throwing a little harder than he was.
As that's 6 in a row for him right there. I see. Literally, I think he's throwing a less equipment, and he's literally playing like 15 to 10. He's not really getting the ball far out, and he's not playing right compared to wherever everyone else is. And that's 6 in a row for him right there. As you saw, Brad Sislevich coming in a little high, leaving the 410. As we're going to jump down here to the low end after Donald Lee throws his shot. Coming up, Brooklyn leaving the 4-pin. We jump down here to the lower end. You see Austin up on lane 20, coming a little high, leaving the 6-10 as Casey Gettle in her second shot in the 10th frame got a strike on the first one as it comes just a little high, leaving the 4-pin.
And Joey, this pattern looks very, very challenging, and I love watching these high caliber bowlers try to figure out. You know, you can kind of see the gears turning in their brain. What am I going to do? What's my next step? And I think later on, you know, games 4, 5, 6, when the guys have figured out how they're going to tame the down lane reaction and have zoned in when it comes to their spares, we'll see a few higher games. But right now, scores are relatively low.
As we're jumping back down here to the high end, over on lane 29 is Jason Robarge, as he's stepping up in the 10th with a possible 279 game still intact. As it goes Brooklyn, leaving the 5-pin. So 250 games still left in the tank. And I'm looking down in the scratch division here. Rodolfo putting up a 220 game. Looking like right now that might be the second best.
Well, with a strike from Sean here, he still has a chance to put himself in the 260s. Sean Flannery on lane 23. But right now you're watching Sean Bybee on lane 27 as he goes high with that avalanche urethane, leaving the 3-9. And that's not a spare you see every day on the right-hand side, or for the right-handed bowlers at least.
I'm starting to look at how this pattern is actually playing and how it's breaking down. I'm wondering if playing straight up is not the way to be. Like, I feel like you should probably get yourself a little left and swing it.
Yeah, it's a weird zone. If you try to get left, like we were saying early, and you go too far out. For instance, Noah, one of the two-handed bowlers here, tried to get a little left, and it's just kind of squirting out on him. It won't flip over like he wants it to, and if you're going to move left, you almost have to up your ball speed and keep it on line.
As you saw, Sean only taking the 3 off the 3-9, so an open there gives him a 122 in the 8th. As Donald Lee, ball coming a little high, getting the carry though, as that gives him a strike in the 8th as he has a 137 in the 7th. As you see Jason there on lane 29 coming high, leaving a 6 count as he shoots a 254 to start off the opening match. As you saw there, Riley Smith tripping that 6-pin.
Punches out that Brooklyn.
But as you see in the far right, Bratislevich there, leaving the 3-8-10. I've seen a lot of those today.
Yeah, we were just talking about moving slightly left, and if you miss right, it's not going to come back. And Sean Flannery, who was on quite a string with strikes from the 3rd to the 9th frame, missed right. You could tell right off his hand, and it doesn't hit the head pin. So he'll look to convert the 1-2-7 to continue his possible 246 game.
As Sean right there tripping the 2-8, leaving just the 10-pin, as most of these bowlers trying to just pull something out. Is Riley Smith there, ball unable to come up, leaving the 2-10. As Sean Flannery converts the 1-2-7, as he's at a 236, so expect a 240 out of him, so that's going to put him second. From what it looks right now, 190 is going to be sitting 4th. Wait, no. It looks like 204. So the top 4 in the scratch division are going to be plus.
Yeah, this pattern is definitely challenging. As Sean on 24 just off your screen finishes up with a 244, as we'll watch Riley attempt to spare the 210, and he settles for his 1 count. As Donald Lee here on 27 will look to continue possible 227 game if he punches out, but this is his 9th frame.
As misses right, but still gets to Brooklyn.
And action here for Game 1 at the MJT at Cave Springs Lane is starting to wrap up. As right in front of us, we're catching the 10th frame of Ben Pallardy, Sean Bybee.
As both of them are struggling. Possible 167 for the two-time champ. As that ball comes high, leaving the 3, 4, 6, 7, 10. So an open here, he doesn't get any. He's at 138. So really struggle for Ben Pallardy. Sean Bybee on 27 gets the strike with the urethane, as he could possibly shoot 172 if he gets the next two.
Yeah, and normally when you shoot,
unable to get the 7 out.
Nearly converts, but Sean's looking here to strike again and put himself in the 170s, and that doesn't sound great, but it's only 20 off of our top 4 cut, 30 off. But that can be made up real quick in a 6-game qualifying.
Yeah, a lot can happen in the next 5 games, especially on a pattern like this. As you see Sean here on 27. Coming a little high, kicking out the 9 there, leaving just the 3, 6, 10. And here's Donald Lee on lane 28. Coming just a little high, leaving only the 4-pin. So a possible 208, 206 if he spares.
So we're going to cut to 4 instead of 8, And Sean will convert the 3, 6, 10 the hard way, managing to scrounge up a 162. Uncharacteristic for Sean, but like we've mentioned a few times, this pattern is just playing difficult.
As you see there, Donald Lee converting the 4-pin. So currently has a 196 in the 10th. Strike will give him a 206. And that should put him in the top 4 then. As just like last time, folks, we have our tickers that we will be using. So once we get the score updates, we will get those on the screen for you guys.
Plus 99.
All right, as you see here, we are getting ready for Game 2. As scores really were not that high. Leader after Game 1 was 250.
254, Jason Robarge out of Alaska.
As the top 4 in the scratch division is what they're cutting to. And it looks like 4th place was 205, which was Donald Lee, the lefty from Panama.
Yeah, and I'm feeling pretty okay about my low cut score there. I actually tried to do the cut off the top 8, but today we're only going to cut to the top 4, and you know what? I'm just going to stick with the number I put out there at 25 over. It might be a little low, but I think that adequately reflects the difficult scoring pace we're looking at here.
As you see on the live stream here, Christian Ascona on lane 27, leaving the 10-pin. As you see, our live stream is going to consist of Christian Ascona. As you see on the right there, Brad Sislevich is also going to be there, and Ryan Patterson is going to be on our featured pair here on the high end. And then as we jump to the low end, we have Hunter Reichert and Rodolfo Mandarez. Those are the bowlers here on the featured pair. As we're going to jump back down here, the high end is Christian Ascona looking to convert a 10-pin and misses it left.
Yeah, and he'll look to get back on it. Christian's a pretty solid player, and I'm sure that's uncharacteristic for him, but we'll catch Ryan Patterson out of McKendree and in town from West Virginia. He'll look to show the Midwesterners how it's done.
Ryan's usually one of those guys that you see bouncing around in the top right around the cut area, so expect to see some scores out of him soon. As you saw there on the left on 27, Ben Pallardy making a ball change, but still coming high, leaving the 4-6-10. And I definitely think for most of these bowlers, it's either you need to put more speed on it or you just got to get left. Like, I think Sean Flannery might be in a very good spot. As we're looking down on lane 21 as he puts a double up.
You see Christian Azcona's delivery on 28 as this one goes wide, and that's one of the downfalls of getting it too far right is that it won't come back, and the 1-2-8-10 is his punishment for that shot, and he'll look to convert to avoid starting a game with back-to-back opens.
As you see Ryan Patterson there chopping the 6-10. So through the 2 frames, he's got a 28 working off that strike as expect him to bounce back as Casey Gettle down on the low end of 22 gives herself a double. And I think she definitely, from what she told you, I think she's going to continue doing that is by putting up those big numbers.
Oh, yeah. She came into our tournament today very confident and, you know, has won an MJT and an MOT and will look to win another MJT here at Cave Springs Lanes.
As you saw Christian Azcona almost picking the washout as he goes back-to-back opens to start game 2 off. But I've known Casey through college, and when it comes to short patterns, she can put some numbers up. So expect, as she told us, big scores from her today. As you see on the left, Donald Lee stepping up on 26. Coming a little high, leaving the 6-pin.
We'll watch Brad Sislevich run in the 1-2-4 with no problems. And you know, Joey, I think I figured out why scores aren't as high today.
Why is that?
Well, for those of you who are familiar with some nerd fandom, today is Star Wars Day, and I think they just don't have May the 4th with them.
I don't think the Force is with them.
But may the 4th be with you to all of our viewers today, and hopefully the bowlers out here can get a little something going. I was hoping to see our 300 today, but I don't mind putting out a hard, challenging pattern, and I'd still like to be surprised, but I would be very surprised if I saw one today.
As you see here, Christian Azcona stepping up on lane 27, working off 2 opens, trying to get the second game started as he gets all 10. As we're gonna jump down here to the low end, you see Rodolfo, who is currently sitting 3rd, if our math is correct, looking to convert the washout and is unable to get the 10-man.
Yeah, and I am seeing a lot of uncharacteristic spare misses and opens here, and I think that's a combination of, you know, the short pattern, so your spare balls are hooking, but also some of that early mental fry-out from the scores not being as high as they normally are, and that's just one of the mental game characteristics that separate the good from the better and the better from the best. It's something you got to learn. When scores aren't high, you can't afford to give away single pins.
You know, I'm actually looking at the bowlers who are participating in this event. I want to give a shout out to 3 of them, pretty much the 3 females that are in the field, which is Lauren Curley, I believe that's how you say her last name, I'm not positive, Casey Gettle, and then Morgan Van Houten?
Morgan Van Houten, yeah.
Houten.
Is out of Salem, Illinois. One of the better female high schoolers out there.
But definitely, I want to give them a shout out and thank them for coming out, as one of our main events here is to try to get more females, and we're hoping that we can definitely do so.
Yeah, I know one of the big things we'd like to do is have a female division. Not that they can't compete with the guys, but you know, growing in any way we can would be awesome, and having a growing female population would definitely be one of those goals of ours.
As here's Brad Sislevich on 27. Coming high, leaving the 310 is very rare. He's actually throwing a mastermind out on this shot.
Yeah, and Joey, he just looks kind of confused at this point. That's the best way I can describe it.
But from what it looks like almost everyone out here is confused besides a few bowlers. As Sean Flannery, pretty much, we're guessing, our leader after game 1, is on lane 22, leaving a 10-pin, as he's got a 250 game pace going. And Morgan, down on lane 29, has a 263 game through 6.
Yeah, and, I had just mentioned back in game 1, we were talking about that string of strikes followed by an awkward count, and she starts out the game 4-bagger and then goes 5. But skillfully enough converts and then 8 spares. So, yeah, if she punches, she's looking at 260, and that should definitely up her standings.
As you see Ryan Patterson, ball coming high, able to kick the 3 out, but the 6 is still standing. As here's Christian Ascona, who has definitely struggled to start this second game off, has a 46 through 4 frames. And it looks like he's got 27 down, as that's his second strike over there.
Yeah, and that last shot he threw the 8 and 9 off the back of the deck, and that's one of the prettiest strikes you can throw out here, aside from maybe a bird dog messenger. But a strike like that has to bring confidence back after you start the game with 3 out of 5 opens. But, Christian's a high-caliber player, and he is completely capable of throwing shot after shot just like that. So I think he's going to figure it out. As we get some fish pump action from Ryan Patterson.
As I'm watching the 2-time champ Ben Pallardy right in front of us, coming high through the face, leaving the 4-pin, as his facial expression is saying it all. Either he's not liking how he's bowling, or he's just really confused.
And Joey, I actually heard a pretty good line behind me from one of our spectators today, and they were saying it's pretty much strike or nothing. It's looking like they're either sending all 10 back, or they're not quite getting it done, leaving some awkward counts and awkward splits.
As you see, Brad's reaction said it right there. Definitely liked it off his hand.
That was one of those strikes, and he says it's his best shot all day, folks. 15 frames into our tournament here at Cave Springs.
As we're going to get a shot of Christian Ascona's next shot, and then jump down to the low end. Ascona working off a strike in the 5th, as he definitely struggled the first 4 frames, trying to make it up here.
And as you watch his shot, the melee nearly kicks the 10-pin, and Morgan Van Houten's up on lane 29 next to where he was. Doesn't like it off her hand. She goes high, leaving the 3-6, and will look to convert and stay clean this game. Christian, meanwhile, will look to pick his first single pin of the game.
As you saw there down in the low end, Rodolfo Mandres able to get the strike, as he has, I believe, a 240 left in his game. As you see here, here's Hunter Reichert, last month's champion at the MJT. Looked like the ball must have stuck in his hands as he guttered.
Yeah, and that's just one of the ones you're going to have to shake off and move on from.
I'm watching Donald Lee, who is right in front of us on lane 25, and he is throwing, looks like he's got a really good look, and being one of 2 lefties in the field, I think he's going to have a look for a while.
Yeah, if he can find that look, no one else is going to touch it. So,
as you saw there, Hunter does convert his gutter, so he makes the spare, so that it's just like a 9 count, just like a 9 spare up on the board.
And Joey, the folks who are striking continue to do so, as Casey Gattell strings another turkey. That's the second one this game, starting with a 3-bagger. 4th frame goes 7 spare, and then puts up another turkey. As with a strikeout for her, she will put herself at 277 on a pattern that is relatively low scoring. She could shoot 500 for the first 2. She could be plus 100, while there's probably a few people out here who are hoping to just get to plus.
As you see Rodolfo here on lane 20, Ball not really reading up, leaving the 2-4. As we're going to jump back down to the low end, the higher end here. As you see Ryan Patterson stepping up, working off 2 spares. As he's got a 74 in the 5th, working on that spare. Gets all 10 in the pit. So 214 still left for him. As Christian Ascona working off a 9 spare and sticks at the line, not getting the carry, leaving the 410, and this is just a struggle for him.
Yeah, it's just one of those games where you need to get every pin you can, as Donald Lee shows Christian how to strike, tripping out the 4, 6, 10 in beautiful fashion, as then Brad Sislevich goes up there and he throws a Brooklyn strike. And, you know, I don't know if Christian's paying attention, but if you're up there and, you know, you're struggling and then you watch guys back-to-back carry something like that, what does that do to your psyche, Joey?
Well, if that happens to me, it's just a frustration because you're pretty much trying to do whatever you can to strike or put a run up. And when you feel like, and when you split, you see guys left to you going Brooklyn or tripping stuff out, it's just like, where's the carry for me?
All right, so I got a question for you, Joey.
Yeah.
You're struggling. This is the scenario. I know as a national champion you don't do that very often, but you know, you're struggling and guys around you. Would you rather the guys around you be locked throwing dead nut strikes, or would you rather they be struggling as much as you but getting carry?
I would rather have them be locked in, because if they're locked in, I could try to read what they're doing, but if they're throwing the ball all over the place and they're just getting carry, then it's just a frustration for you because you're looking at it, it's like, why can't I get that?
Yeah, it's almost got a twofold thing. And granted, I think the ultimate answer there is you just got to play your own game and try not to let the scores of the other bowlers enter your mindset.
As Donald Lee over on lane 25 getting the messenger for the 7-pin, as he's got 3 in a row and he's got a 270 pace through 6 going right now. As you see Christian Ascona trying to get back on it off that open, putting a strike up in the 7th. As we're going to bring it back down here to the lower end, as you see Rodolfo up on lane 19 looking to make the 3-6. As Landon Richards over on lane 18 leaving just the 3-pin.
We'll look on for Rodolfo's delivery here on his spare.
As he converts it. I'm looking down, and Morgan down in lane 29 gets the first one in the 10th. So she's already at 212, as she can max out at 232 his second game.
Yeah, we definitely have some serious girl power going on right now, as Morgan can look to put herself in the 230s, and Casey walked up to the booth, you know, exuding that confidence she once was still, and she has a 250 left this game, as you just saw a strike from her a moment ago on the far right side of your screen. And of course I jinxed Morgan as she goes high through the face, leaving the 6, 9, 10, but even with a conversion here, she's putting herself in the 220s.
You see on the left Jason Robargs right now leaving just a 4-pin. They're trying to take a look and see what his score is. Looks like he's got a 106 on the 6th frame. So he has a strike in the 7th and looking to make the spare here in the 8th. But some big scores. Morgan down there finishing off on 29 with a 221. So that's going to definitely jump her up in the standings. As you see Rodolfo here on lane 20 getting ready. As Casey goes to Gettle up on lane 22. Already has a 200 stepping up into the 10th off that 8 count.
Yeah, unfortunately she splits here. Baby split on the left-hand side, leaving the 2-7, and not the hardest conversion, but definitely not a gimme, and she'll try to convert there to put herself into the 230s.
Jumping back down here to the higher end, Christian Ascona stepping up in the 9th, trying to get a double.
Yeah, and amidst all his struggles here, if he can find a way to scrounge up a 4-bagger and end the game, he can still punch out for 180.
Coming a little high, unable to get the 4-pin out. And that 180 can now turn into a 160 if he punches out. As you see there, Brad Slevich on 28 guttering. But with it being on an open, it's really not that bad, especially because if you can convert it, it's just like a 9 spare.
Yeah, and from some of the awkward spares they're leaving, that's not even the hardest spare I could think of right now.
Yeah.
I'd much rather shoot a full rack than what I leave when I go 4 through the middle.
As you saw there, Christian Ascona converting the 9 spare as on lane 25 in front of us. So you could definitely tell Ben Pallardy has done something different as he has a 65 in the 4th and has 4 in a row entering the 9th.
Yeah, well, Brad's getting used to winning excuse me, I was just watching Brad Sislevich, but Ben is really getting used to winning our tournaments, and I think that struggling early, he wanted to get that corrected so that he could take home our prize money again. Sure, his pockets would feel a little light if he didn't win. He was just getting so used to it.
As Christian Ascona stepping up on lane 28th for the 10th. As in front of us, Donald Lee gets a strike in the 8th as he has a 157 clean through 8. As he's looking to try to possibly stay up into the top 5. As you see Christian there getting a strike to possibly shoot the 160. Ryan Patterson not able to convert the 4-pin. So an open in the 10th as he's got a 146. And a lot of the bowlers here are just, looks like they're starting to fry out a little bit.
You can catch Ben Pallardy there on the left-hand side of your screen. Throws a messenger to get that 10-pin to throw a nickel up on the board for him. And amidst his troubles, he can punch out for 245 this game. Try to get back to pretty close to even.
Here's Christian's next shot. Ball coming high, leaving the 610, so a max of a 153 if he strikes. Here's Brad Slevich. His ball checks a little high, leaving the 4-9. And a lot of bowlers here are just frying out.
And Joey, I'm actually looking up at the scoreboard right now, and I see something really odd. Noah Gallegos goes open, locks in, 3-bagger. One falls of his hand, gutter. Another one falls of his hand, so that's a double gutter in lane or frame 6, and then follows it with a turkey. So
he's getting back on it as Donald Lee in the 9th frame. Coming high, leaving the 4-6. As you see our interesting camera we decided to add today is a view of the whole field from behind. So we're looking down at the lower end, Jason Robarge.
And we didn't get to catch it, but Brad Sislevich throws the 4 into the back of the deck, throws it back on, and kicks the 9-pin. And maybe that'll make him feel a little bit better about those 8-pins he has been leaving. But he does mark there in the 10th, and we'll look to get good count here to put him into the 180s.
As we're going to bring you back down to that view, as you see Donald Lee up on 26, taking only the 4 out. So right now, a 185 in the 9th. Still a mark will give him the 200, and that will still keep him up there in the top.
Yeah, it's looking like today's just going to be about grinding out that 200. We got a talented field, and if you can find a pair to hit, you're going to have to score, and otherwise, just spare.
As you saw, Brad Sislevich not liking his shot, but able to trip the bucket out on the far right, getting the strike. So 182 for him after game 2. But right in front of us, we're going to jump back to the widescreen shot. Ben Pallardy in front of us. Abel is right now, currently has a spare in the 10th. A strike here will give him a 222, so definitely a big rebound game after how he started off.
And Noah Gallegos strikes again to throw a 4-bagger on the board. As The other two-hander on the pair, Ben Pallardy, throws all back, and he shoots a 222. We'll go positive for this game. Not sure what he bowled first game, but he's definitely going in the right direction.
As you see here, most bowlers wrapping up game 2. The only pair still left is in front of us on 25 and 26, which is Donald Lee. As he got the first one in the 10th, looking to make a double. Donald Lee getting the second one, so a possible 215 with the strike here, as that is definitely going to keep him probably in the top 4. As most bowlers here are wrapping up game 2, I know we don't have scores up yet, but it looks like we are getting them right now, as that's exactly what we're getting. So we pretty much called the top 4. Jason Robarge is in first with a 254. Second place was Sean Flannery with a 244. Rodolfo Madriz with a 220. And fourth place was Donald Lee, as you see right in front of us, getting another strike, so 215. That's going to put him 20 over, so that should keep him up there. In the handicap side, in first place is your two-time champ, Casey Gettle, with the handicap she had a 239. Morgan Van, how do you say her last name?
Van Houten.
Van Houten. She's currently second at 222. Landon Richards is third at 221. Also at 221 is Hunter Reichert. And in fifth place is Austin Easley with a 160.
Those are our standings after game 1 here at the MJT at Cave Springs Lanes. But, you know, the field is still close, and we're cutting the top 4 in both divisions today. And plenty of bowling left to go, and we'll have scores after game 2 here in a sec. As soon as we can, at least.
Yeah, so the tickers on top is the handicap division, and the ticker on the bottom is the scratch. As Bratislava, I definitely went 142, 182, but that 182 is probably going to have him jump, probably move up a couple spots, so he's going to make his way up there. As you saw, Sean Flannery, who is currently first after game 1.
Second. Jason Robarge.
Second, I'm sorry about that. Converts the 10 pin. As you see, one of the few females here, Lauren, stepping up on lane 19. Looking to start this third game off on the right note. Unable to kick the 7 pin out. As we jump down here to the high end, you see on lane 28 the two-hander Noah.
Noah Gallegos will look to start his game 3 off. And not like that, as he leaves a pocket 7-10, and this pattern is already hard enough.
Here's Morgan Van Houten.
And she shows Noah how to send all 10 back, and it's that added level of frustration we were talking about.
As Noah here, can we possibly see a 7-10? Not today. As we jump back down here to the low end, tournament leader Jason Robarge stepping up on lane 19. Unable to get the 7 out. So he goes strike 9 count.
Yep, I think we got a little live stream jinx going on right now as, you know, every bowler we talk about stops striking.
As you see there, Sean Flannery leaving the 2-pin ball, not really rolling up there at the end that he wanted.
And Jason will look to run in the single pin spare, and
misses it left.
And that's uncharacteristic, but that's kind of been the story of the day, the missed single pins or the awkward splits, and it's kind of strike or die here at the MJT at Cave Springs Lanes.
I definitely feel like if you leave something makeable, you got to convert it.
Yeah, and the boardwalk is not one of the easiest patterns.
Definitely a challenge here, especially on this house. As we're going to jump back down here to the higher end. After Noah's 7-10, leaving just the 10 pin. So he's looking to put a mark in this third game. As Christian Ascona over on lane 29 strikes, giving him a 9 spare and 3 in a row to start off game 3. So he's looking to bounce back. So we're going to look at Morgan's shot here. She starts off with a double.
Throwing what appears to be a Psycho Raw hammer, and it checks high, but she's fortunate to leave only the 6 pin.
As we're going to jump down here on the lower end, it's hard to see, but over on lane 22 is going to be Riley Smith, and right now Riley has the front 5.
Yep, and we actually just saw Hunter Reichard, our past MJT champion, spare there. As on the far right side of your screen, you're going to see Riley Smith throwing a blue and white wrecker as his streak comes to an end with a pocket 10 pin. But, you know, after game 1, Riley was at
It's pretty low, if I recall.
He saved a 190, which is bearable, but
I'm thinking of somebody else then.
yeah, I mean, there were definitely a lot of low scores out there. But I'm not sure what he bowled after game 2, so regardless, I'm sure he is happy. As down on the far right end of the house, Landon Richards converts the 6-7-10.
As we're going to bring you back down to the high end here, Morgan, currently second in the handicap division, doesn't like the shot, and the ball doesn't roll up, leaving the 1-2-7.
Yeah, and in that handicap division, we've got a little pack of guys chasing the top 2 girls, as both Casey and Morgan are averaging well over 200 on a pattern that most of the guys are trying to figure out just how to strike on. We saw Morgan convert a spare there, and Austin Easley throws his strike shot. Unfortunately, leaves the 4-7, and I really think he can easily convert that one.
I think so, too. As we're going to jump down here to the low end, Sean Flannery there coming a little high, leaving just the 4 pin.
And he is having some spare problems this game, folks. Starts out with a single pin spare and then misses 2 single pins, and this is an odd sight to behold. We have some very, very talented bowlers who have had major successes, you know, at some pretty national tournaments. Sean, for instance, made cut at Junior Gold, and it's very uncharacteristic to see the spare game not quite at its fullest, and Sean does convert that one.
We're going to jump down here in the high end. Interesting leave here. Noah leaving the 1-4-10. Really don't see that every day, as he only gets the 4. As you see, stepping up in lane 27, and Morgan Van Houten currently goes double, 9 spare, 7 spare. Trying to get back with a string of strikes. And it's coming just a little high, leaving the 3 pin.
And I think she'll convert that one no problem. Of course, now that I say that.
And we've been jinxing a lot of people lately.
Yeah, we want to apologize for all the bowlers out there, so.
Our bad.
And I feel horrible.
And that was us.
Yep.
Unable to convert the 9 spare, which gives her a 94 in the 5th. As you see on the right, Christian Ascona, after splitting, gets back on his run with a strike. Jump back down here to the low end is Sean Flannery. Looking to make a run here, get a string going, and ball not rolling up, leaving the 3-7-8. And right now, there's really not that many big scores being put up, as you saw on the far right, unable to get the messenger there was Hunter Reichert.
And you know, Joey, as I look across the field, one of the things I notice are these snazzy Lindenwood shirts, and that kind of brings to mind, you know, some accomplishment that team completed this year. And we mentioned a task that the Lindenwood Lions were trying to go do at our last MJT. And, you know, how did that trip out to Reno go? I didn't really, you know, I haven't been paying any attention.
Well, we achieved the dream and became national champions. So definitely a awesome feeling, and I was so glad to be a part of that team. You know, going into the event, we only won one tournament, and that was sectionals. But you compare, like, we weren't the favorite going in. You know, Robert Morris, McHenry, Wichita, Weber, they were pretty much one of the top 4 teams.
Those bowlers have some talent,
and they've won tournaments this year, and they were pretty much favored going in. You know, Ramo with having pretty much junior team USA there with Marshall Kent. And then McHenry had a very strong team as Ryan Patterson, Riley Smith, and Sean Bybee, who are here, bowled with them, as including A.J. Johnson. They were on the team. Weber was a very talented team, winning actually the Hoosier Invitational, the biggest collegiate tournament besides nationals. They won that, so the talent was there. And I think the big reason why we won was because our chemistry was just so good. And I think that definitely played out in the end.
And, you know, when you look at that pattern, it wasn't the easiest thing out there. So when you're struggling, just like some of our bowlers are today, granted that's team and this is individual, so maybe you have a little less help today, but what is the mindset? How do you correct that? What is going on in your head?
It's definitely a different mindset. As you know, when you do something like this, it's all individuals. It's all on yourself. If you open, you got to find a way to get yourself back up to where Bowling Baker, if you open, there's 4 guys behind you. There's 4 guys that are going to follow you, but there's 7 guys back there, including your coach, that are going to be cheering you on and say, "Don't worry, we're going to pick you up."
Because I definitely feel right now, if you're familiar with that the Office Max commercial, the big red button, yeah, we got a couple of bowlers out there hitting the panic button right now, trying to get something going, and the frustration levels are high. But the folks who are striking continue to do so, as you probably can't catch it on your screen. But Casey Gattell is looking to stay clean through 5, as she has 3 of her first 4 frame strikes. Here on the approach, we'll watch Noah Gallegos look to run in a single pin. And my single pin jinx comes to an end as Noah has no problems converting that one.
But getting back to Reno, you know, it was very surprising to see Urbana from Ohio make it to the finals, as most people who bowl collegiately, Urbana only won one tournament, and they won it by 500 pins. Sectional, they qualified 4th at ours in Tennessee, so they were the last team in, but they definitely stepped it up during Reno, as they were seeded. They beat Weber the first day, and then coming out the next day, they beat Ramo, defending champs, and then they come up against Wichita State, who was the number 1 seeded team, and they were able to beat them to move on to the championship match.
Oh, yeah, and I'm pretty sure Graham Fack was tournament MVP, and watching him throw the blue hammer.
Yeah, most of you that don't know, Graham actually bowled the USBC championship down in Reno and actually shot 836, which is the second highest total ever in that event. So I'm pretty sure he's going to win singles this year.
And we just caught Morgan cleaning up the right-hand side of a Greek church. She is a 110 in the 7th frame and having some struggles here, going 9-pin miss, split, and so she'll have to make some adjustments to get back on her striking.
And looking down here on lane 21, it's 21 and 22 that they just finished up. Riley Smith putting up a clean 238.
9-pin no-tap 300. Should have bowled last night.
Yeah, he would have definitely, probably he would have did good. As you saw, Casey almost converting the 310 as Noah coming high, leaving the 3-6-10. As we're going to jump down here to the low end as Laura over on lane 19, leaving a 10-pin, looking to convert it. As she misses it left, as that gives her an open as she has a 104 in the 7th, so a possible 190 game still left for her. As Sean Flannery stepping up, and this definitely is not his game. Through 7 frames, currently has a 77.
And out of all the bowlers out there, he's probably one of the only ones that can afford to do it, but not for long.
As he gets 10 down.
Wills that 4-pin down.
Is right in front of us, Donald Lee, who is currently in the top 4, leaving the 6-8. And unable to get any of them. So through 6, he has a 95. So still has a 215 left if he punches out. As Ben Pallardy goes 3 in a row, 9 spared, 3 in a row. So a 279 pace for him right now through 7, as he is definitely doing something after that first game.
Yeah, and he is throwing a Storm Natural and just kind of piping it at the pocket right now. It's not reacting a ton. He's just figuring out a way to kick that 10-pin.
Looking down here at the low end, as you see over on the right, lane 29 is Landon Richards. Gets the 1-2, and he's right now has a clean game through 9, as he has a 176 in the 8th. And in that clean game, he actually picked the 6-7-10. So he's given himself a very good game and definitely shoot himself possibly into the top 2 after this 3rd game.
Landon is one of our bowlers that's been bowling for a while in that handicap division. And, you know, he's still in the early stage of his bowling career, and he's actually getting 72 pins a game. So if he can find a way to throw a double, he'll throw a 300 plus this game.
That's awesome. Says right now we're going to be getting standings for you guys coming up here. Sean Flannery currently first after game 1 at 457. Second place is Jason Robarge, and second still with a 424. Donald Lee jumps to 3rd with 420, and Rodolfo Madriz currently 4th at 415. And in 5th place, Riley Smith at 371, and Ben Pallardy in 6th at 363. So top 4 guys are plus, and then after that it's about a 40-pin difference, maybe a little bit more between 4th and 5th in the scratch side.
Yep, and as most of our bowlers are still finishing game 3 here, but for those of you who remember a moment ago, Riley Smith finished up with a 230 almost, and so he may be jumped into our top 4. But as we take a look at our handicap standings after 2, we have Casey Gattell still sitting on top with a 484 total, followed by Morgan Van Houten out of Salem, Illinois with a 472. And 3rd is Hunter Reichert, last month's champion at 442. And 4th place is Landon Richards, who we just moments ago mentioned. As I actually look down and see him left a single pin, so he's going to put himself in the 200 scratch. So his score plus handicap will jump him up. But for the moment, he is in 4th at 426. Rounding out the field is Austin Easley at 358. And so Austin will look to get something going and hopefully hop back into that top 4.
All right, actually stepping in the booth with us for a little bit, we're going to get a little interview here. Riley Smith. Riley, nice to see you.
Hello.
Just saw that 232 after Game 3. How is this pattern playing? And is it a challenge? Because it looks like from our view, a lot of people are struggling.
Well, not to cheat myself any pins, but I had 238.
238. I'm sorry about that.
No, thank you. But no, I was just talking to a couple of guys, and when the lanes are tough, it's hard enough as it is. But when you're fighting a couple of carry breaks, a lot of 4 pins and then 10 pins, and just weird combination, it makes it really tough. But I don't know. I made a ball change. You got to find something that can get into a quick roll, and then that's the best chance of hitting the hole.
With playing this type of lane, is it better to play more straight, like a parallel shot, or to get a little bit left and let the ball try to roll up?
I think it's more of a parallel shot. I moved right and had a good game. I was messing around kind of inside, and it's just inconsistent hook. You'll get one hook early, and then one might hold and hit the hole, but I think the most consistent is straight up. Straighter is greater on a short pattern.
Yeah.
And hey Riley, is this your first event with us?
No, I've bowled maybe 3 or 4 events with you guys.
Okay, I'm new to the booth here, so this is the first event we've both been at together. But it's nice seeing you out here, man.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, this is a great tournament. I mean, hopefully we'll get a couple more guys coming out here as this gets bigger and bigger. But I mean, you guys do a great job with the live stream, and it's great to let our family watch back home and stuff. That's what I love about it.
Well, thank you. I know probably after this season we're looking to maybe expand closer up to the Chicago area. So I know with you living up in the Wisconsin area, maybe if we get tournaments around there, try to get some events and get you to come out.
That would be great. And there's a lot of bowlers up there, a lot of youth bowlers around that Chicago area. So that would be a lot of fun.
Well, hey, anybody up in that area who has connections to the tournament, I know Riley and Joey will be happy to help. But if you have an interest in there, hit us up on Facebook, give us a like, or Twitter, or subscribe to our YouTube channel, and feel free to let us know what you think. We are always open to helping bowlers in any way we can.
All right, we'll let you get back down to the lanes. Good luck these last 3 games.
Thank you very much. Just wanted to say hi to my family back home also, and my grandma and grandpa. Love you guys.
And Riley, before you leave, not trying to put pressure on you, but you were my pick to win today, so I do need you to come through to make me look good against Joey.
I'll do my best.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Riley. As you see, most bowlers here are starting to wrap up Game 3. As we just interviewed Riley Smith after that 238 game. Currently, he was 5th, so he's right outside of the cut. As that is definitely going to help him get back into it.
Yeah, and a couple of the bowlers out there, we were mentioning, we're fishing around and look for a couple of scores. Maybe not, 250 or 260s, but these guys are good enough that they're going to figure out a way to put 220s, 230s on the board. As, for instance, Ben Pallardy on lane 23 and 24, our 2-time defending champion, throws a first strike in the 10th to put himself in at least the 220s. As Casey Gattell, who had been striking at will, is looking to avoid ending her 3rd game with 3 opens, as she leaves a 3-6 and will look to convert that to put her into the 150s. Action is wrapping up here in Game 3 at the MJT.
So as you can see, most of the action starting to die down. Pretty much the only action going on is right in front of the booth. As Ben Pallardy getting a strike, so a possible 234 left in the tank for him, as Casey Gettle really struggling this game, as a possible 158 if she spares. Almost chopping it, but does get the spare.
And folks at home, we hope you come out here and try to tame the difficult patterns we're putting out there. We're trying to challenge the youth, get them something to bowl on around here so that they can prepare themselves for national championships. And a lot of the guys we have out here are really quality bowlers, Lindenwood bowlers, McHenry bowlers, high school bowlers that can compete with the best of them. And we really want to see you out here too. So
yeah, definitely come up. Try some of our events. If you're in the St. Louis area right now, we might not get a lot of turnouts, but the payout is really good. 1 out of 3 that we get is a payout, and usually first place is going to be walking away with a decent amount of money. As you can see, the pit crew, as the pit cam, bowlers are still getting ready to start game 4 here. As we're through 3, we have the standings in front of us. Who do you think is going to make the jump, possibly into the top 4 after with these last 3 games?
Oh, my man Riley Smith. I picked him before he even threw his first ball. I gotta give him the nod, and he was sitting, just outside of that top 4 and 5th, and puts up almost a 240. But right behind Riley Smith is Ben, and he shoots a 230 of his own. So, and they were only a handful, 10 pins or so apart, 8 pins.
There was a 12. It looks like a 12-pin difference between. 8 pins, yeah, 8 pins between the two, and they were about 40-50 off of the cut. Who was Rodolfo Madriz, who's currently 15 pins over, and both of them coming out 230 plus. So that's definitely going to help. As I was going to say that Pallardy was probably the guy that makes the jump the next 3 games. So a lot can definitely happen. As we're going to get ready to jump down to the featured pair here on 19 and 20, Riley Smith and Sean Bibby. 2 McHenry teammates down on lane 19 and 20. As you saw, Riley Smith starts off game 4 with a strike. So down on our high end here, Landon Richards, one of our MJT winners, is going to be on the featured pair.
And we were talking about that big jump from lowering the scores to up there, and I'm not quite sure what exactly Landon finished with, but I know he was at least over 200, and with his handicap coming, look for his name to be near the top of the leaderboard in the handicap division and standings following game 3 scores. Very impressive game by Landon. Way to pick those spares, buddy. And strike.
Did a really good job last game. I believe it was actually clean.
Yep, if he ran in that 5-pin in the 10th frame, it was a clean game, and even if he didn't, you know what? I bet you he did. I bet you he did.
I'm pretty sure he did. I think he shot 210. So with the handicap, close to 290. That's huge, especially in the handicap division. Here's Sean Bibby up on lane 19. How do you say, is it Bibby or Bibby? That's the one thing I always get confused.
I think it's Bibby, but if we're getting it wrong, I'm sure the folks at home will help correct us.
As you see the ball checking up a little high, leaving the 3-6-9-10. As we jump down here to the higher end, as you see Landon Richards continuing where he left off, 10 back.
And he's giving us the Muhammad Ali fist, baby.
I really think he's going to make... He's got a line. He's got a very good look. And I think he's going to try to come back out and win his second MJT event. So he's definitely going to try to see if he can make a run here on Casey and Morgan, who right now are currently on lane 25 and 26, so to the left of the featured pair.
Yeah, and they both struggled there in Game 3 after putting up very impressive in Game 1 and 2s. And, for instance, Casey Gattell here on lane 25 crosses and goes Brooklyn. They're actually crossing together this game, so we'll have to keep an eye on them just to the left of Mr. Richards.
As you saw Austin Easley there, tripping the 4-7 back to start off with a double Game 4. And there's a double for Landon, and the hands say it all right there. That he's locked in.
Oh, and he looks like he's having fun. And in the field of frustrated youth, it's nice to see somebody succeeding, and Landon's a nice guy. And we hope everyone scores, but I always like to see a smile on a bowler's face, regardless of what the scores are like.
As we jump back down here to the low end, Sean Bibby getting a strike, so works on the 9 spares. Here's Riley Smith. Not really able to get the ball to come up, leaving the 2-8. Just as he talked about, he made the ball change and actually moved right, playing it more parallel, straight up. And I think he's definitely got a better look doing that compared to how he started off Game 1.
All right, Joey, I got a wager for you here.
All right, what is this wager?
We're in most of the bowlers here are on their second frame, so if I set a high score for the field on this game, and I offered you the over/under. We could bet something silly, 5 push-ups in front of the other one, right here in the booth.
Okay.
All right. So let's go. The field shoots. The high game. This game for the field is. I'm gonna set it at 230.
230.
Yep. So if it's even 230, no one has to do anything. Do you want the over or under there? Somebody going to put up a 230, or is this going to be another one of the grind games?
You know what? I'm going to say it's over 230.
I'm
going to take the plus.
All right, so you heard it here, folks. The MJT at Cave Springs Lanes, we got a 5 push-up bet between Joey Petzold and Brendan Pick. And so if one of us goes silent for a little while, that's because we're doing a little working out because we lost the bet. But here on Game 4 at the MJT, if one of the youth bowlers out there can figure out a way to shoot 230, Joey Petzold will go home a champion yet again to follow up his national championship. And I'm sure it won't be quite as good as the one he took home from Reno, but nonetheless, he will be sure to rub it in my face. However, if any of the bowlers do not shoot 230, I will enjoy sitting back and relaxing while the Chicago native gets to enjoy his Blackhawks victory from the ground.
As you saw there in lane 20, Riley Smith, ball coming a little high, leaving the 4-9. And, I'd be okay if I do those push-ups. It's actually been a while, so I need to get back in shape.
Yeah, and we did just get confirmation from tournament director Ricky Matsko that Landon Richards shot a 210 even, which will put him at 282. One-ups Ben Houston Johnson, who is one of our tournament regulars, 281 game.
And a front 10, 5 count, and then takes 1 off. So,
yeah, and I just realized that I like the phrase one up, but I'm pretty sure the last 2 times I said it, I literally meant like 1 pin higher. We were talking about Armando Godoy, who unfortunately I don't see today, but at our last event, 279, one ups it with 280. So,
yeah, everyone that watched the last event, the scores aren't as high as they were as last MJT and MOT. There was a lot of records that were set. We had the high game of 299 from Brad Miller, high 3-game total from Matt Pearson. What was it, 790?
797.
797. Highest qualifying average, which was Matt averaging over 250. It was just unbelievable. High 6-game total he set too.
Yeah, and while I like striking, I got to say, if I had to pick, I'd much rather see a scoring pace like this. I like watching the bowlers mentally struggle and focus and learn something while they're out there and have to fight for it. When it's a strike away, it's not something I'm used to seeing. And we like to put something competitive out there for the kids. The youth, really, it's open to any bowler 21 and under. We gear it to a group that's looking for something to bowl, and there are some really talented youth out here, and there's really talented youth at home that we would like to come here.
As we have a special guest with us here in the booth. You want to tell everyone who you are?
I am Jason Woolham.
Everyone here knows him in the St. Louis area as Animation, as he started the actual Facebook page Animation. You want to tell us a little bit about that?
It started a little over a year and a half ago. Wrote a blog, and just to get it off of constantly my friends seeing it and all that, put my blog up on there and do some videos as well.
As it definitely became big, as you are sponsored actually by DV8.
Yes, I am.
So congratulations to that.
Thank you, sir.
As we're looking at our featured pair here on lane 19, Riley Smith looking to convert the 4-pin and does so. Starting a little struggle off this game, going strike 9 spare, followed by the 4-9. So that spare is going to get him back on the track he needs to be.
Yeah, that was a pretty good shot, the 4-9 that I saw.
Folks, Jason was at our 9-pin fundraising event last night, and Jason, you want to take a moment and tell the folks listening how that went?
Well, it went a lot of fun. Never got called for a strike pot ticket, unfortunately, but hey, my wife and I bowled, barely made the cut at 731 after shooting 730 scratch in league night earlier that day. Funny how that is. And then shot 278 in the cut game and finished third.
Nice job. Did you were you lucky enough to take any of those awesome raffles home?
Unfortunately not, but the guy who won the 3 EFX bracelets gave me one of them, and I had got one when I went to Nationals went to Nationals 2 years ago.
What did you think about those raffles?
I thought they were really good. My wife and I, we put in for her getting a customized the Jazzy Ape jersey.
That's awesome, isn't it? I can't believe Jazzy Ape. We really appreciate, if you're listening, that's one of the coolest things that we've gotten to help out our fundraising efforts here. But
as you saw right in front of us on the far left of the screen, Casey Gettle liked the shot, unable to get the 10 pin out, as she right now has a 67 through 4, trying to get a 9 spare here in the 5th. As Landon Richards on lane 27 on the live pair, looking to get the 7 spare, is unable to get the 6 pin out, as he right now has 103 through 6, and he's still putting up a very good game. But right now, also on his pair in the handicap division is Austin Easley, as starts off the game double 9 spare, then goes 6-3, and goes right back to a double.
And actually, while we're watching here on lane 27, you're going to catch Joel Notman throw his attempt, and he will leave the light 2-pin, and will look to run that in as Austin Easley throws a shot, and he goes light and leaves the 6-10.
So right in front of us on the little off the screen is Ryan Patterson, as he goes 8 spares, 6 spare, 2 7 spares, followed by double through 6. So definitely keeping it clean and battling, but Sean Bybee here up on lane 20.
Ooh.
Unable to get the 7 out. Very good shot, though.
It seems like the pattern's now moved in to play a little more into swinging into the friction. I thought, honestly, to start the day, I think people were actually playing too far right, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I thought you actually needed to swing into it. It was more like the Wes Malott Cheetah this past World Series of Bowling, where Wes was throwing it into that friction.
Yeah.
That's why I think Pete did so well as well in that event, is because he was able to throw into the friction. The only one that, left-handers are always going to play straighter on the patterns usually.
Yeah.
Especially on Cheetah and that.
So just a little off the screen, we have 19 and 20 as Sean Bybee and Riley Smith both looking to attempt a 7-pin spare. But to the right of that, Ben Pallardy currently goes 9 spare, 9 open, 3 in a row to start this 4th game off. And Donald Lee, who's been up in the top 4, starts off 3 in a row, 9 spare, 6 spare. So both of them are looking to put numbers up, as you saw Ben Pallardy right there putting a 4-bagger up in the 6th frame.
Yeah, and the strikes are definitely starting to come in as I look up, and I'm catching, a turkey, a 4-bagger. It's the guys who are normally pretty solid players are finally starting to strike, as Brad Sislevich, who I, of course, jinxed as he goes 2-8-10, but he had gone clean through 6 with the low of a 9 count.
And we just had the scratch standings come up after 3 games. Donald Lee is in the lead at 614, and Riley Smith at 609, Sean Flannery 604, and Ben Palladry at 597.
Yep, and just outside looking in, we have Jason Robarge from Alaska at 591, followed by Rodolfo Madriz at 574. In 7th, we have Ryan Patterson, 40 back from that at 537. In 8th, we have Joel Notman at 527. We have Lauren Criery at 525, followed in 10th by Sean Bybee at 509. Christian Acona is at 495. Noah Gallegos is at 489. In 13th, we have Brad Sislevich at 453, and he's looking to come back from that. The handicap standings after Game 3, first place, just like we thought, Landon Richards at 708. That's with handicap, folks. And second, we have Hunter Reichart, so a change of guard there, but Hunter is at 691, and third is Casey Gattell at 663, and fourth is Morgan Van Houten at 659. Following up the end of the pack is Austin Easley at 534, and so he's looking to get something going, make up some ground with the last 3 games here. So Riley definitely snuck back in there, and Joining us in the booth, we have the man of the hour. Too sweet to be sour.
Man of the hour, right?
Yeah, man of the day, man of the weekend, but it's Ricky Matsko, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, I didn't know that was me. Okay. What's up, guys?
Well, it wasn't me. I know that.
So I think for the first time in MJT history, the cut has dropped after a game.
Wow.
Kind of crazy. 3 pins under is the cut right now for the scratch division. Nothing? Nothing,
yeah.
guys? Nothing?
Unfortunately, I haven't been watching the scores that much. I've been watching the bowling more.
No, I mean I'm the guy who picked the $1 on The Price is Right. I was ready for them to be low today.
Yeah, I mean it's looks like it's pretty brutal out there right now. I would have thought Brad would be making a turnaround here, especially since they're starting to get extremely dry. So a couple big games, you never know.
As I said, Ricky, I thought the players were, at least the right-handers, were starting too far right, in my opinion, playing more up the lane. I think they should have been trying to swing into it personally.
Yeah,
and they're starting to do that now.
We had one player playing a little bit left, and that was Sean Flannery on fresh. And one of the big issues he was running into is if you don't play it right, you get an out of bounds. So if you're throwing it to the right and you miss that friction, and we kind of had a little interview there with Riley Smith, who was trying to fish left a little early, and he said it was very unpredictable.
Yeah.
So when you were playing it right, it was jumping, but you knew it was going to jump. And when you got left, you were getting, you'd strike a couple of times, and then you'd flag the head pin and get a 4 count. So it was, pick your poison. Do you want to miss a head pin right, or do you want to go Brooklyn?
Yeah, and it just seems like there's a lot of 2-8-10s on the people that are trying to go inside there. And then hopefully people brought their urethane today, because if they're going to play right, that's what they're going to have to use to get off the back end. It looks like Riley Smith made a really good move, kind of flattening it out, going up the back of the ball, kind of getting almost a rollout on the back end. Same with Ben Pollardy, going to urethane on the outside. He's really making a move. So.
Yeah, and I don't think we can catch it, but Ryan Patterson, who was sitting in 6 after Game 3, starts his game with 8 spare, 6 spare, 7 spare, 7 spare, and gets something going, striking between the 5th and 9th frame. And if he can step up here, he's looking to put up a 250, and that should certainly get him, if not in, pretty close to that top 4 cut we're making after 6 games.
And you'll see him off to the far right of your screen right now. You'll see on lane 23. So unfortunately, it's a little bit out of camera range, but you'll still be able to see his results. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, he is trying to sneak into that top 4, so you wouldn't want to sneak in when you're on a live stream pair. You got to do it when you're just off cue, so no one's paying attention. Right?
There we go. We're gonna take a look at his shot right now. We'll see if we can get a little bit. Looks pretty good off his hand.
Oh, and there's that 2-8-10 we talked about.
2-8-10, yeah. It's so speed sensitive today. Another one on 28. Just carries out the 8 a little late. But
the shot that he had in the 9th, he got a little inside, and it tripped out the 4 late. That shot, he just seemed like he got it too right, or too quickly to the right, and just hung out there.
Yeah, never quite read where I wanted to, and it's one of those pick your poisons. If you're playing right and you miss, you're going to go high, and if you're playing left and you miss, you're going to go really light. And so it's, can you get the Brooklyns or can you get the light carry? And
not to kind of rub it in a little bit, Brendan. Christian Ascona down on lane 18 has a 78 through 4 and striking all the way to the 11th right now. And that first one, the 10th, is going to put him over the 230 mark.
Well, he is certainly going to need it as he struggled early here in the tournament. But it's nice to see Christian Ascona do well, as after 3, he was sitting in 11th at 495. And so a big game here will give him a chance.
So currently right now in first place at 14 over, the lefty from Panama, Donald Lee. He's been bowling very good today. You really struggled the first couple MJTs. He's came out and finally looks like he's got his groove down. Second place, Riley Smith goes from 5th to 2nd after that 238, and he's 9 over. Third place is Sean Flannery after that struggle he had. He's at +4. And fourth place right now is 2-time defending champion Ben Pollardy at 597. 6 pins behind him is 5th place Jason Robarge at 591. And 6th place Rodolfo Madriz at 574.
And Ascona got the second hit in the 10th, so he's looking to fill up with his fill ball. Now he's moved in a little, and that was just pure.
As we look at the handicap standings, he has Landon Richards clean 210, scratch 280 with the handicap, jumps him up into first place as he's right now at a total of 708 with the handicap. Second place is Hunter Rytret is 691. Casey Gettle drops down to third as she shoots 663. Morgan Van Houten in fourth at 659, and Austin Easley in fifth at 534.
Yeah, Christian Ascona just put up 259, puts him at 754.
Yeah, and that was scores halfway through as they're starting to wrap up Game 4 here. But, you know, I just ran a couple of numbers, and for those of you watching the scores on the bottom, there's only a 40-pin swing from first to sixth, so still plenty of jumps to be had.
So as you see on the featured pair, Sean Bybee unable to get the 4.67, and he finishes off with a 191 as his teammate Riley Smith leaving the 5.7 and currently has a 162 in the ninth. So a 170 right now unless he spares it.
And, we probably won't jump down there, but Noah Gallegos down on the far right-hand side is just going to clean up a spare here, but notable, he shoots a 225, and so that's a score amidst some troubles out there.
Yeah, so we'll bring it in the pit cam as he's all the way down there at the end as he converts to 6.9. And with that spare, he shoots a 225 to start Game 4 off.
And unfortunately for me, Christian Ascona did, and I believe was the only one this game actually to surpass the 230 bet. So if you excuse me from the booth for a moment, I have an obligation to Mr. Petzold.
Hold on, let me see if I can get a booth cam up here.
I don't know if you want to get that
I kind of
want
to get this on video. There we go.
All right. Excuse
All
me,
right.
guys.
Let's see if we can get this on camera somehow. I want you to do it like right there.
Hold on, wait, what was this bet that I missed?
There was a bet. He said
Oh.
game 230 plus the plus minus whoever
Hold on.
gets it.
Got it back.
2, 3, 4.
Five easily push-ups for Brendan Pick. As you can
Indeed.
definitely tell that he did not work out because his arms are a little sore.
He was shaking on that fifth one there.
I was doing my best Jason Woolman impersonation.
Oh, really? Really?
As scores here are starting to wrap up, Game 4 is Game 5 has already gone on their way. In front of us on lane 25 and 26, which is with Landon Richards. As he's coming a little, goes Brooklyn, leaving just the 9.
And you know, Joey, even in just my short time here in the booth and a couple of tournaments covering Mr. Richards, I am noticing some improvement.
Oh yeah, definitely making a huge improvement in his game. Instead of mostly being all over the place, he's consistently hitting the pocket more often, which is going to get him the carry that he wants.
And you know, that's something you're going to see when you bowl events like this, and his spare game has clearly gone up as he runs in a 9-pin, but I mean, he's coming out here, he's challenging yourself, and Landon is showing, you know, you folks at home that you don't have to be a Junior Team USA member or a collegiate all-star to come bowl these MJTs. You know, even if you just started bowling, this is something that is definitely going to grow your game and something you're going to learn from. And hey, you might win some scholarship money in the process.
As you saw there on lane 28, ball coming a little high for Casey Gettle, leaving the 7-pin. As currently after Game 4, she was sitting third.
That was after Game 3. Or did we already get Game 4?
Oh, that is my fault. Game 3.
It's all right. She's probably pretty close to that.
She looks here to run down the 7-pin.
Oh, just barely misses it on the left side in the gutter there.
So in front of us, a little off the screen to the left, you saw Hunter Rychet making his spare. As Landon going Brooklyn, leaving the 6-pin over to the left. If you see coming up on lane 27 is Rodolfo, as he is sitting 5th, or currently sitting 6th place, I'm sorry, after 3 games. So he's just right outside of the cut. And he's looking to making his way into the top 4 here.
All right, Joey, I'm going to give myself a shot at redemption here. But let's throw Jason on this instead of me because my arms are clearly tired. 'Cause I'm so out of shape.
All right.
We're going to put the score at 235.
So if there's a score over 235, I have to do 5 push-ups?
Well, I mean, if you take the over, yeah.
I'll take the under.
I'll take
and
the
I will take the under, and if I don't get it, I will do 10. I will double it.
All right. I'll take 10 then. I'll take 10 on the over as well.
All right,
Okay.
and if it's 235, I get to laugh while you both do 10.
yeah. If it's 235, we have to both
If
do
it's
it.
235, I will give you 20 push-ups.
Deal. All right, so we both give 20. If it's 235 exact.
All right,
If it's
so
over, I do 10. If it's under, you do 10.
if there's anybody watching, if you could please text all the bowlers out here. If they have a chance to shoot 235, I don't care if they need a 4 count or a 2 count the last shot. Please somebody shoot a 235 this game. In fact, I might take a step out of the booth here and go ask my buddy Jason if he can do it.
As you saw there on lane 28, Rodolfo making a ball change, throwing just throwing the ringer, and it's definitely working, giving him a double to start off game 5. Or is this game 4?
This is this is game 5.
This is game 5. All right. I'm just focused on these 10 push-ups that I might have to do.
Yeah, I'm worried too.
As you see, Ben Pallery down there on lane 19, unable to kick the 10-pin out, as he is one of the guys who is trying to make a run into the top 5, as he is top 4, as he right now, I should say, is sitting 4th at 3 under at 597. So he has a 6-pin lead over teammate Jason Robarge, who is only 6 pins behind him. As we're going to see if Ben Pallery here can convert the 10-pin. As we've been talking about it all day, single pins have been a huge problem for these bowlers, as these makeable spares are what's hurting them.
Ooh.
It's just like we were talking, it wobbles the 10
wiggles
pin.
it, yeah.
So unable to get the 10 pin out to start off game 5. I'm just so off on my games right now. As we're going to take a look right now, Donald Lee stepping up on lane 19, currently first after the 3 games at 14 over. And I'm looking at our plus minus. Brendan's the closest one.
I was going to say, what was that?
Plus 25 he had for 4th place.
Oof, comes in a little high, leaves the 4-pin there.
And we were talking about it earlier. I don't know, would you agree with this? With being one of 2 lefties and actually having a decent look, lefties are going to be playing awesome on this type of short pattern.
Oh, I definitely agree. I think if they can find a look early, and as you said, he's 14 over after 3, so he did. Yeah, I definitely think that the lefties are going to have a field day because the righties are going to be playing all over, and so that's going to cause traffic and transition much quicker for them.
As you see Donald Lee converting the spare. And just off camera, as you saw, Riley Smith coming high, leaving a weird split of a 4-6-9-10.
It may have been a Greek church that had like the 7 fall late, but he got 3 out of the 4 there.
And Joey, while we watch Rodolfo attempt to make this spare, I just got back from my meeting with Jason Robarge, and he said he will do his best to shoot 35 for me. as soon as we have the meeting, he throws up and throws a double as Rodolfo takes 2 off the left and does a smart thing getting count there.
Definitely at 230. I can see the 235 mark being reached. There's definitely a possibility, as Jason Robarge just off the screen. Really hard to see, but right in front of us starts a 9 spare, 3 in a row. So starting off game 5 here, definitely strong, as he's just right. Like we said, he's 6 pins out of 4th place. So a big game here can shoot him into the top 4. And if it's big enough, depending on how the top 4 bowlers does, he could jump himself right up in the 1st place, because he is only 14 pins.
What is he at? 491. What is he at? 491.
591.
25 pins out.
25 pins. So
there's only a 40-pin spread from what was 6.
First to 6. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what did he shoot the last game?
Not good.
No.
It was not. That was the response. I asked him how.
Oh,
he was-
okay.
Yeah. It
As you
was.
see Hunter there on lane 26 getting the strike.
There's
Struggling a little bit to start this fifth game off, but gets it right on the right track.
there's always two responses for bowlers when they're bowling. When you ask them how they're shooting, they if they're shooting really good, they'll tell you exactly the score that they've shot. If they're not shooting good, it's like
Just okay.
Okay.
As when we switched the cameras, Rodolfo was trying to convert the washout and unable to get it, just taking off the 1-2-8. So he goes double with back-to-back opens with as he's right now with a 61 through 4. As Ben Pallardy on lane 19 coming high and getting the carry.
Carries the big four.
Yeah, and you were talking about Rodolfo, and that just seems to be the theme of the day of frustration. You know, you start out trying to get back on it, and you go strike, strike, and then you follow it up with 2 6-count opens.
Jason Robark right again in front of us. 4 in a row. As he's got currently a 290 pace through 5 is Landon Richards to the right of him getting a strike. So that puts him in a double. As here's Donald Lee on lane 20, your tournament leader, gets the strike.
And
Goes 9 spare strike. Definitely a good way to start off game 5 being the tournament leader.
And Joey, I tell you what, Jason's smile after that last shot was so big, I think his family back in Alaska caught it.
So here's Jason on 23. It's hard to see.
Ooh.
Coming high, leaving just the 3-pin.
Well, he can't strike out for 290. He has to shoot 235.
Jumping down here to the higher end, Casey Gettle on lane 28. Having a spare problem, goes 9 open double, 9 open.
We'll catch Sean Flanner, who is currently after 3 in our top 4. I don't know if he'll remain there after game 4 standings come up, but he goes through the face, leaving the 3-6, and will look to get himself a spare.
As you saw Casey there coming a little light, able to kick the 2-4 out. And she right now has a strike in the 5th, so that's going to help try to get a double started, see if she can make up for that open. As for anyone out there, we are handing some flyers for anyone interested. There is a adult youth, the youth ages 6 to 19. It's a 9-pin tournament on Friday, May 16th, 6:30. It starts 6 p.m. check-in, $25, 2-person team, entry fee, and must pre-register and pay at time of reservation. The deadline for the event here at Cave Springs, it's Monday, May 12th is the deadline.
I think the event is actually at Harvest Lanes, which is their sister center there.
Oh yes, it is. I'm sorry, I misread that. That was my fault. All right, and then there's another league that's actually going on at Harvest Lanes also. It is a 3-bracket scholarship league. 24 teams, 3-person team, starts May 14th, 7 p.m. Practice starts 6:30. It's a 15 weeks, $10 per person, and you can win over $3,000 in scholarship based on the 24 teams. So that's actually a pretty good payout. Handicap is 20% of 210, and with doing so, you get a free hour of practice after league. So that's definitely a deal most people are interested in. For more flyers and information on that, go to Harvest Lanes or Cave Springs for more information.
Yeah, and that youth adult 9-pin, I bowled an event very similar to that through Cave Springs and Harvest, and make a weekend out of it. That Friday, come bowl their event, and then that Sunday we have our MOT at Brunswick Zone Chesterfield.
Yeah, as for the upcoming events, we have 2 live streams that we will be broadcasting. The next one is May 18th, which will be at the Brunswick Zone in Chesterfield. And that is the MOT, so it's any age, any limit, anyone can bowl it. If you guys like to bowl it, it's you can reserve your spot at the Midwestern's website at www.mjtbowling.com or see tournament coordinator Ricky Masco. Reserve your spot. It's $25 to reserve.
You actually don't even have to pay to reserve it, I believe, anymore. It's just fill that form out online, and you lock in that $50 price when you show up to the tournament.
So if you reserve it ahead of time, it's a $50. If you show up the day of, it's $55. So you might as well save that $5 and put it towards the brackets. But then after that, our next event will be coming May 23rd, as we will be broadcasting the Missouri High School State Finals, as we are all looking forward to it.
I think that's May 24th.
May 24th. I always get it wrong.
It's all right.
That's okay. I'm going to be there, so you know.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I'm coaching, so.
so what teams do you know that are heading that way?
We have. I know from our center. I know we have the 3 high schools that we coach out of there. Sackman Fox and my team Windsor. I can't remember the other teams, unfortunately.
As you saw in the corner, Riley Smith almost converting the 7-10. As we got a lot of big games. Jason Robar in front of us through 8 frames has a 177 with an open, but I'm looking down on lane 18. Not sure who that is, with a 9 spare 4 in a row.
I think it's our lefty two-hander.
It is Noah.
Yep, he's got spare 4-bagger.
Noah definitely trying to make his way back into the top, as he currently sits 12th, but a lot can happen. After game 3, he was 12th. In the 4th game, he went plus. He went 220, and he's definitely trying to make a run into the top.
I'm sorry, I said he was a left-hander. I apologize for that. He's a right-hander. Came in a little light there and had the 2-8-10 standing. The 2 fell, leaving the 8-10, unfortunately.
As you see on the top of the ticker, we're getting game 4s put up the top as we are handed standings here. Read these off to you. Currently in first place after 4 games, Donald Lee from Panama, the only lefty on the scratch side, in first at plus 24 at 824. Second place is the 2-time defending champ, Van Pallardy, at 797. Third place is Sean Flannery, 793. Fourth place is Riley Smith at 780.
Wow.
And fifth place, Rodolfo Madriz at 755. And 1 pin behind him is Christian Ascona, 754.
See, and that huge game, Christian Ascona jumped from 11th to 6th.
Over in the handicap division, Landon Richards still continuing his dominance, still in first with a total of 924. In second place is Hunter Rydshirt at 917. Morgan Von Houten currently in third at 848. Casey Gettle in fourth place at 843. And in fifth place is Austin Easley at 754. So low scores here in this event on the scratch side is very, very surprising.
Yeah, the cut dropped again. Looked like, because I think it was -7 before. Now it's down to -20.
Yeah.
Oof.
And all of us were thinking that the score is going to be plus, so it's definitely interesting to see this turn out. As you see on our featured pair is Donald Lee, the only bowler here in the building that is plus. As just a reminder for people who weren't listening or weren't here earlier, we are taking the top 4 scratch bowlers, and we are going to go straight into a step ladder roll-off, so it's definitely worth getting that top seed. As you see, Donald Lee able to get the 10-pin and the 7 out, and that gives him 3 in a row, and he's got a very good look.
Yeah, he's got 48 in the third. He's got a 3-bagger going through the 6th.
So I'm not sure how many we're cutting to in the handicap. I don't know if we're
I think it's top 4 in each.
Is it still top 4
I think it's top 4 in each.
Okay. So the top 4 in each division will do a step ladder roll-off, 4 versus 3. Winner of that will go on the 2, and the winner of that will go on to face the number 1 seed. And right now, both sides, Donald Lee, one of the lefties, is up there doing a very good job. The only bowler in the scratch division who is plus. And then Landon Richards, open here in the 9th in front of us at a 134, but he is throwing the ball very good today. And with his bone and with the handicap, he is currently right now at a 206.
And you know, Joey, if we're looking at current tournament leader Donald Lee, he's not really. I'm not trying to this is going to sound bad, and then I'm going to save it. But he's not really doing anything spectacular. His first three, he goes 2-0, 2-0, 190, but he's doing what it takes mentally. He's showing up, and he's saving every pin he can. He's finding a way to grind out games that other bowlers are only shooting 170 and 180. I think he's realized this is a tough pattern, and perhaps it's getting a little easier because he's on the left, but I don't even know if that's it. I think he's just finding a way to grind out those games, and he's 20, almost 20 over with no game over 2-0.
But he also has no game over 190, as you said. So I mean, that's a huge. Yeah, and he just came in a little high, leaves the 6, 7, 10.
You know, the one thing that he's doing that I'm seeing that a lot of people have been struggling is actually making his spares. He's been really consistent on making his makeables, where other bowlers here lately have been struggling to make a makeable spare.
I think that's the biggest thing, you know, in a tournament that has a tougher condition, you know, is not only even, you know, making the spares, but also making the count. As he got 1 out of the 2 there, you know, I think he was trying to go for it, but still, you know, 2 pins on a 3-bagger after leaving the split is 4 pins, you know, so he lost 2 pins in count there for that.
Yeah, after game 5, right now, Jason Robar shoots 217. So that's going to at least get him up there, as he's been battling right around the top for a while. Currently 8th after game 4. As we look here at Rodolfo on lane 27, as that's a 3-bagger going into the 10th, so a possible 210 still left in the tank for him.
And who had the big game there on 29? It's like a 220, I think. Could be my bad eyesight, too.
I think it is. All I see is a 180. And then it looks like Lauren down there has the possibility to shoot the 220. So that's what you're looking at right now.
Yeah.
As she gets the first one here in the 10th, as she's over on lane 30. As you can see the ball on the right.
Oh, comes in a little light, leaves a 2-4-5.
As we're going to see Rodolfo here get the first step up in the 10th here. As Christian Ascona down on our feature pair in the low end puts 4 in a row.
Oh!
Able to get the carry, tripping the 6-9. So that keeps this 200 alive.
Yeah, this hit will put him in the 200s.
So speaking of scores, who has if we take a look down on the low end, does anybody down there have a chance to shoot that?
Yes.
235?
Yes. Oh, 235 number? They could shoot over it. I know that.
So the possibility, it's still there. It's just depending on count.
Yeah. I can't tell count, unfortunately. Ooh.
You see Rodolfo on lane 28, definitely working off that carry that he got.
Yep.
Putting up a double in the 10, so a 200 right now, and the strike will give him the 210. As we're going to jump down here to the lower end, as Ben Pallardy gets a strike. As he currently has 4 in a row entering the 10th. And from the way it looks, I'm probably going to be doing some push-ups here.
No, I've got the over.
So you'll be good. I went under.
Oh, if it goes over, I win.
Yes.
Oh.
And for the mathematically challenged at home, Jason is here to support your demographic. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm sitting here going, I don't understand, you know, over-under bets.
As you saw down there on 18, Noah converting the spare. Gives him the spare in the 9th right now at 194, so he has a possibility.
And if he goes
234 if he punches out, so he'd be 1 off of your 235 game.
No, he'd have 244. He's got 194 in the 8th? Or is he have one?
He has a 184 in the 8th. The strike will give him the 204. Okay. So you're 1 short right there.
Yeah.
As Brendan's face in the booth says it all.
I want my 235.
Sean Bybee up on lane 21, missing it right.
We can give him a pin, I swear.
Leaving the 1-2-4-8.
I see a possibility. Somebody's got a 96 in the 5th with strikes up, so a strike 9 spare.
Strike 9 spare will do it, yeah.
Looking at the wrong part, actually, Sean Bybee, that was his second shot in the 10th, as he definitely struggled. The spare here will give him a 145. As Christian Ascona is the one with the 4 in a row, looking for 5.
Ooh, sails that wide, leaves a 1-2-8-10 washout.
Sean Bybee gives us a little 2-hand action there.
As Ascona's here looking to make the spare. definitely will help him. Spare here with the strike, if he strikes out, will put him in the 220 range.
And that'll put him in. Actually, that'll put, depending on the other bowls, put him in the top 4 at that point.
As Casey Gettle down here in lane 27 spares in the 10, so she shoots a 194 entering game 6 as Conan looking to convert the washout and won't get any of them.
And that certainly doesn't help that late in the game, but we'll look to ignore that and punch out for a possible 211 as
we get a look here in the camera from the pit.
Yeah, we've got one game left that can go over the 235.
and it all comes down to this, folks.
See Riley Smith on the far left here.
Oh, and it's our two-time champion Ben Pallardy.
Come on, Ben.
All right, strike 9 spare. And then I get the booth by myself while these two out-of-shape folks get to... Come on, Ben. Everybody at home is rooting for you.
I'm cheering for the first one at least.
See, as Kona unable to get the messenger to kick the 10-pin out. So a spare here can give him a 200 if he gets 9 his second shot. As Ben Pallardy, here's the first shot.
Yes.
Gets it.
Gets all 10.
And poor Joey Petzel will have to do a little bit of exercises there, but we're actually looking for Ben Pallardy to go 9 spare. That's the key here, folks. Ben, somebody down the field needs to go tell Ben Pallardy to get exactly 9 spare, because if Ben answers my 235 call, Joey and Jason are going to do 20 push-ups for everybody at home.
As Christian
I
unfortunately misses the single pin as well, so
Ben.
that puts him at 190.
Right now I need Ben to throw a Sislevich.
Leave an 8-pin? That is
Anything.
so...
I think I'm just going to call it the
Here we
Sislevich
go.
now.
Oh! Gets the
And he
strikes.
I've never been... I try not to be so negative.
So a strike here for Pallardy will put him in the 250 range.
Man, my heart was beating there.
And Jason Woolham will avoid the workout. But we are going to pull it to the booth cam here and give Joey Petzel... Well, it's 10, right? It's 10.
It was
That's
10, yeah.
10. I said I would do 10.
So,
We'll take a look at Pallardy's last shot here, and then I'll...
Watch him leave the 8-pin now, unfortunately.
Here's your 7-pin.
that's okay.
Oh.
Or an 8 count.
Oof, thank God that wasn't the
So
second
Ben
shot.
Pallardy finishes off with a 244 game, and
240.
currently
Oh, yeah,
he was
240.
second place, so that's going to definitely get him up there as he is behind Donald Lee. Because we're going to keep it actually on them right now. Has a strike in the 9th at a 151. So a strikeout here will give him 211.
Yeah, that puts him at plus 41.
But I think Ben Pallardy, after that 240, if Donald Lee strikes out, both of them will be tied at first place going into this last game. They will both be 41 over.
I like ties, Joey. I'm a big fan of ties. Ties create drama.
It makes it a lot more interesting going into this last set then.
I remember my first event. We had a tie in the finals between Ben Pallardy and Ryan Patterson, and that was a lot of fun.
As we're going to jump down here right now into the high end as they're starting game 6. As you see Hunter Rideshit right there.
Oh, gets the 5-7 out there.
Good way to start this game as Sean Flannery looking to convert the 7-pin was unable to make the first spare in the first frame. And Rodolfo around in lane 26, ball unable to really come up using that melee, leaving the 2-8.
So Joey, I think my plus 25 might hold.
I think you're sitting pretty good.
Yeah. It's not going to jump to 84.
Here's Donald Lee on lane 20.
Oh.
Coming high, leaving the 4-7-9.
Okay, so he has 151 in the... He has 151 in the 8th, strike in the 9th. Let's just say...
2 count puts him at 190, 180,
It should be, if I'm right, it would be 180. So if he does that, he'll still
That'll be 179. Yeah, if he goes 7-2, it'll be 179.
Either way, he'll be plus 3 if he gets the 2.
Which means...
and then Ben Pallardy is going to go from second to first after that 244 match. That 244 game is he only gets 1.
Gets 1, so he has 177. So he's still plus. He's at +1, but Ben Pallardy shot 244. He was sitting at -3, correct?
Yes.
After 4? So he's at +41 now.
So for right now,
we depending on the other standings, and we don't know everything right now, but these two flip-flopped. And now the gap is now 40 pins.
40 pins separate Donald Lee from the number 1 seed, but Ben Pallardy looking to make it 3 in a row. And I'll say this, after his first game, I really was not expecting Ben Pallardy to have a decent day, and I don't think he was either, but definitely made a ball change, made a move, and ever since then he has been on fire, and he's been making a run from the bottom to the top. See Christian Ascona
Covers the 2-8 there.
as all the bowlers have finished Game 5, as most of them have started Game 6.
Yeah, and following Game 6, we're going to cut to top 4 in each division. And so follow those scores closely. We'll get Game 5 as soon as we can. They jumped right into Game 6, so it may be a moment, but we'll try to get those scores on the tickers ASAP. And
As you see Sean Flannery there, unable to convert the bucket. And once again, a struggle for him in the beginning of the game, going 9 open, 9 spare, 6-2. So definitely something he doesn't want to do, as he was currently sitting third. As Jason Robark, you saw there on lane 26, gets the strike, so goes 9 spare strike, as he's trying to sneak his way into the top 4.
yeah, and following that 217 last game, he's one of the multiple bowlers in our field who have resorted to urethane, just piping it right up the track. And you know, we had mentioned our donations and our fundraising event yesterday, but we'd like to take a moment to thank some of our you know, the donators and people who have helped out. And so, you know, special thanks to Storm Bowling, especially special thanks to Ryan Schaefer, Jazzy Ape, Best Bowling Pro Shops. Thank you to Little Hills Dairy Queen. Thank you to PBA Senior Champion Greg Getzlow for your monetary donation. Thank you to Mike Romocalis. Thank you to Brunswick Bowling. Thank you to Fertelli's Restaurant. And thank you to Brunswick Jones Chesterfield, who is the host of our MOT on May 18th. But thank you again to all of those, and you know, anyone who wants to help out, we will be more than grateful.
Yeah, definitely thank you to everyone that we just mentioned. It was a very generous and awesome of you guys to donate some of the jerseys, the balls, the certificates, and even the giveaways for the Storm Ball, the Create Your Own Jazzy Ape. Well, just thank you to everyone that helped, donated something for the MJT. It means a lot. As like we said, we're trying to help these kids here that are bowling here and future bowlers coming up to show them and get the experience to help give them some scholarship as they enter college.
Yeah, these guys are the future, and gals, excuse me, are the future of our sport. And I mean, that's why I love being able to coach the high school kids, is that, you know, being able to give back to the sport that I have competed in for 20 years now, you know.
As you see Lauren here on 27 going 3 spares in a row, unable to really get the ball to come up, leaving the bucket. As we'll jump back down here to the low end. You see Donald Lee on the left getting a strike. Starts off Game 6 the way he wants to, but he's got a little ways to go as he's 40 pins back of tournament leader Ben Pallardy.
So Brendan, we're now into Game 6. Do we want to bet? Do we want to push up bet here?
Sure, but how are we? All right, so there's 3 of us though. How are we gonna format this correctly? I mean, we could do like a middle spread and chop it into 3. So if there's
Okay, we'll go a range.
All right, so let's go
let's take.
If the high game is between, if it's between 235 and 250.
Are we trying to figure out more things for push-ups?
Yeah,
Yes.
we like watching
Yeah,
you do push-ups.
speaking of, you have some push-ups still to do,
Yeah,
by the way.
Understandable.
You know, in fact, before we set this bet, let's bring it. Do we have a booth cam? Can we bring it back to the booth? Oh, it's all
We
online.
can do it later.
All right, we'll have to do it later. Joey needs to rest up and hydrate himself. You never want to work out without properly hydrating. So.
As you see, Noah on lane 20 looking to convert the 6-10. Start off the game 2 spares.
Oof, gets
and
it.
does so. There's really not big scores right now compared to the last couple of games. Definitely looks like the lane conditions are finally taking a toll on some of these bowlers.
And you just got Ben Pallardy there going a little wide, leaving the 1, 2, 4, 8,
10.
10.
Yeah.
See, I'm so far angulared over to the right, I can't even see the 10.
That's okay. I wasn't sure there were. I wasn't sure there was unfortunately more standing there somehow.
As you see Ryan Patterson on lane 20,
Ooh,
kicking out the 5-7.
I like to call that the Wally.
Jump down to the higher end. You saw Jason Robarg there converting the 3-7, the 2-7.
Yeah, that 2 got spun around a little bit, and
Here's Sean Flannery on lane 27, getting it just a little bit right, leaving the 2-5-8. And I think this is what we were talking about earlier. You see, with how these lanes have been carrying down, if you get that ball out just a little bit, it's not going to be able to really pick up the roll that most people are looking for. And that's when you start leaving either some ugly splits or buckets.
Yeah, it's very characteristic of this pattern right now to let you strike a few times and then hit you in the face with a 5 count.
wow, oh,
But
gets
Jason
the trip
Robards
of the
does
9
not
there.
5 count there.
So here's Sean Flannery looking to convert the almost bucket and chops the 2-8 off, leaving just a 5. So struggling once again this game through 6, has a 77, doesn't have a strike on the board. And that's the one thing he needs to do if he wants to try to stay into the top 4.
So Joey, I have a question because the 258 that he just shot at, he used his plastic ball and shot more straight at it. Being a college bowler, being a national champion, I don't get to say that often, you know. But do you feel it's better for bowlers up and coming now to shoot those combinations, double woods and such, with a plastic ball straight at it, or do you feel that hooking into it?
Well, it just depends on what you feel comfortable with. I know when I shoot something on the left side, including a bucket, I will always use my spare ball, and that's just because I can flatten the wrist, work around it. Where I know some bowlers, for instance, even Christian Ascona, he will get a little bit more right and still get around the ball and fade it into either like the 2-8 or even a bucket. It's just it depends on what you've grown up doing or how you feel more comfortable with.
Yeah, no, and I completely understand that. And you
Like,
know, recently I've actually gone to the plastic ball. I don't shoot like directly straight down the line at it.
Yeah.
I'm angled into it, but that's
Like if I leave a 2-8 on the left side, I will use my spare ball just because I feel more comfortable. But if I leave a 3-9, I feel more comfortable shooting it with my aggressive equipment because I can get it right and have it roll up.
Mhm.
So it just depends on what the bowler feels comfortable with and
that's
how much they practice.
And that's the interesting thing as well. There's been a lot of like I remember from the Wolf telecast they had when Bill O'Neill left the 36910, and they had the conversation. They used this plastic ball to shoot straight at it, or no, I think he tried to hook it a little bit with the plastic ball just because the lanes were so dry. But there's been a lot of bowlers that have actually started to throw, at least on the Pro Tour, throw the plastic ball straight at the 3-9. You know,
Yeah.
from the side, throwing it at the 3-9 to shoot that combination.
As you saw there on lane 19, Brad Sislevich missing the 4-pin left as he's been struggling pretty much all day. Usually he's one of those guys that you see bouncing around towards the cut, but today has just been a really rough day for him. As This here's Ryan Patterson on lane 20. As
Gets a
he's
strike
able
there.
to get all 10, as Ryan currently sitting after 4 games 7th at 748. So he's 32 back from the cut, so he's still technically in it. But once we get the game 5 standings, that's when we'll be able to know who's all where. As here comes Noah up on lane 19.
Gets all 10 to fall there. So he's got 38 in the second with a 3-bagger now up.
You see Brad struggles continue, leaving a beautiful shot, just unable to get the 10-pin out.
He's throwing that mastermind genius. That ball is phenomenal.
Yes, it is. You see Sean Flannery on lane 28, doesn't like it, but goes Brooklyn, as he'll take it. Currently, right now with a 117 in the 8th, so 177 still left, and the possibility for him to make the top 4 is there.
And you know, Joey, I was going to say on the far right side of your screen, you'll catch Casey Gattell, who had a string of 4 strikes, and as soon as a thought popped into my head, she goes 2-4-10. And that's just one of the looks we have, you know. If you get it a little outside, it is not recovering. It's leaving that 2-8-10, that 2-4-10, or
Yeah.
you know, the bucket, the washouts.
But, you know, looking down at the end pair, that 29-30, Casey Gettle and Riley Smith are down there. As Riley Smith right now working on a 9 spare in the 8th.
Ooh, comes
Ball
in high.
checks
Yeah.
high, leaving the 6-9-10. So currently right now has a 158 in the 8th. A spare here, and he strikes will give him a 208 as Casey Gettle opens in the 9th. And she right now has a 168 entering the 10th. So possibly a 198 left in the tank for her. As you see Laura here up on lane 28 will convert the spare.
Yeah, caught a nice break there, dripping the 7. Now had the pocket 7-10 standing. And she's got 217 left with a sheet in the 10th.
As she's clean through 9. As Sean Flannery here steps up on lane 27. Unable to get the strike as he right now leaves the 6-10. So 157 left for Sean this last game. And this could be a crucial game for him as he was in the top 4 all day, as these last couple games have really struggled to put something together.
And Christian Ascona down on 21-2. Had 112 in the 6th and now has a 3-bagger. He can max out for 232, which would be a huge game after that single pin miss in the 10th frame to shoot 190 the last game.
And Christian Ascona started off struggling these first 3 games. It was more towards the bottom, but this back half has definitely turned it up, putting a couple big 230 games as he's sneaking his way up there, possibly into the top 4 if he can make it.
Brad on 19-20 gets that strike there. And you'll be able to see Christian on the far right on lane 22 coming up in the 10th frame here.
You see Donald Lee over on lane 18 coming a little high, leaving the 4-pin.
As Christian Ascona splits the 8 and 9. So he's in the 220s right now.
As you see, I'm trying to see, Ben Pallardy is going to be stepping up here pretty soon. And definitely trying to keep an eye out between him and Donald Lee, since there is a 40-pin difference between first and second right there.
And Riley Smith, who was in our top 4 after 4, finishes out his game 6 with a 184, and I'm not sure if that'll be enough.
As you saw Noah there, beautiful shot, ain't able to get the 10-pin out as Donald Lee spares his shot. As you saw just off the screen on lane 22, Christian Ascona, ball unable to roll up, leaving the 210. So Christian Ascona, a spare here will give him 220. As we're not sure, we don't have game 5 standings, so we're not sure if this 220 is going to be helpful. Well, it's going to be helpful because it's plus, but
220 is always pretty
it
helpful.
just depends on how far he was out after game 5.
Yeah, he was at minus 54 by my math. And that'll put him at, all right, so we got 1, so that's 219, puts him at minus 35. Cut after 4 was minus 20. So
So he's right around there.
He's right around that number, depending on how detrimental, unfortunately, that 191 game was.
I know Riley Smith was the cut after 4, and I'm pretty sure he went 190, 180 if we round, and so that cut score is going to drop.
It's interesting because I'm looking around, and Jason Robarg, who's trying to sneak his way in, who is currently 5th or 6th, has the possibility to shoot a 226 max his last game, as Jason, after 4, was at 8th, putting up a big game in Game 5, and now has the possibility to shoot a 220.
Yeah, and with that, he would go 220, 220 against a field who's struggling to get back to par, and that would put him just shy of even.
As here's Ryan Patterson up on lane 19, has a strike. We're looking for a double, unable to kick the 10-pin out. As here we go, we got the ticker right in front of us, just updated. First place, Ben Pallardy on the scratch side.
What's new?
1041. Second place is Donald Lee at 1001, so it's a 40-pin difference. Sean Flannery in third at 982. Rodolfo Manriz at 965 in fourth place. Jason Robarg currently fifth at 965, so him and Rodolfo are tied. 4 pins behind them is Riley Smith in 6th at 961, and Christian Ascona 7th at 944. A pin behind him is Lauren at 943, and Ryan Patterson 9th at 938.
All right, so I did my math wrong. I apologize. Christian Ascona was at minus 56, so that 19 will put him at minus 37, excuse me. So if it were to stay true, he's 2 out right now. But obviously, scores are definitely down this game right now.
As we look here at the handicap, after 5 games, Landon Richards still continuing his dominance, 1139. Second place is Hunter Rychet, 20 pins behind him at 1119. Casey Gettle in third at 1058. And fourth place right now is Megan Von Houten at 1034. And fifth place, Austin Easley at 966.
And Joey, just let me cut in for a sec. The 1, 2, and 3 spots were about 980 and up, but between 4th and 10th in the scratch field is 965 to 937. That's only a 28-pin swing for those 6 spots, so it's a 6 for 1. As our scores come in for Game 6 here, we will calculate that out and tell you who the top 4 are.
Yeah, they are definitely tight between there. As
we're looking down here on lane 25. Rodolfo leaving the 4-8 as he finishes off his last game at 182. So that could possibly be enough, but we'll see when we start doing some math here.
Well, Rodolfo goes 182, so that puts him at...
But him and Jason were tied going into this last game, as Jason right now working on a double in the 10th, so a possible 226 is still left for Jason.
And guys, if he can figure this out...
Coming a little high, leaving the 4-pin, and we're going to have Deadwood down on lane 26.
And do we know what any of the guys who were just below him? We had Riley, who finished at 184, so he'll stay above Riley, and the next closest bowler was 20 pins back. So if he can put up a 200 here, I think he will make the top 4.
What did Riley shoot? I'm sorry?
Riley shot 184, and he was at 961, so he's definitely going to fall out behind Jason.
He's at 50. He's at minus 53 as well with Rodolfo. Christian Ascona with his 219 jumped to minus 37. So
right now I'm looking down in the end, and Ben Pallardy gets the strike, so he shoots 182, I believe. That's what it looks like from here. And from the way it looks, Donald Lee doesn't look like he'll be able to catch him.
So he's at 29.
Donald Lee right now has a 151, I believe.
Yeah.
In the 9th, so strikes out for 180. Won't be enough to catch Ben Pallardy, so Ben Pallardy, our 2-time defending champ, our back-to-back champ, looking to make it 3 in a row here.
Looks like he'll be in the title match.
He is guaranteed the number 1 seed as Donald Lee gets the first one in the 10th.
So that puts him into the 170s now.
That's very crucial for him if he wants to try to secure the number 2 seed. As you saw Noah there on lane 20, getting the first one in the 10th, so he's at a 205, possible 225 max, as Ryan Patterson up on lane 19, working on a double, 217 still left in the tank for him.
Oh, my.
unable to get the 7-10 out. And the frustration
Wow.
shows it right there.
Ugh.
So here's Noah working on his second shot in the 11th frame. Gets all 10. So that puts him in the 2-teen range. 5 pins puts him in the 220 ranges. We're going to see if Ryan Patterson can give this 7-10 a run.
He definitely is.
And he doesn't get any of them, but Ryan Patterson will finish out the game number 6 with a 203. Not what he wanted.
And he's at minus 59 now.
Especially being right around the cut, so just missing it if I'm correct.
Yeah. Donald Lee finishing up on lane 7. Looks like he has about a 170.
Here's Noah's last shot on lane 20. Ball doesn't read up, leaving the washout.
Is that a 6 count?
That is a 6 count. He shoots 221 his last game.
So Noah shot 221. That puts him at 42, minus 42. So they're getting really tight. What did Sean Flannery shoot?
Sean Flannery shot 153.
Oh. So that'll probably drop him out.
We're going to switch here to the pit cam. Show all the bowlers as everyone's pretty much wrapped up here.
We think Donald Lee shot about 170, if I'm correct.
Only bowler left here is Jason Robark, who went 9 spare in the 10th. Strike here will give him 205.
And that'll be huge. What did Lauren
Coming
shoot?
up left, leaving a 7. So a 202.
Well, that's huge. That puts him at minus 33. And we think Donald Lee shot 170. Actually, we can ask him.
170 on the nose is what he shot.
That. So minus 29. And what did Lauren shoot?
That I am not sure offhand. I do not know.
Yeah, that is the big one right now, because if she shot a huge game right now, well, she would have had to shoot 220 or better at this point.
I'm looking around, trying to see if there's any other 220 plus games.
I don't think so.
I do not see it. The only 220 was I believe it was Ascona.
Well, Ascona had 19 and
Do we know who shot that 221?
I had it written down. Yeah, that was Noah.
That was Noah, yeah.
That was Noah, and he's currently 5 out from Ascona, who's, from my math right now, 4th. So right now it looks like Pallardy, Lee, Robarge, and Ascona are the 4 in the scratch division.
So if the math is correct, in the scratch division, the first match then would be Christian Ascona versus Jason Robarge. And the winner of that would go on to face Donald Lee. And then whoever wins that match is going to face the two-time defending champ right now, Ben Pallardy. Pallardy looking to make it a three-peat.
We can't say that. I think that's trademarked.
Yeah.
Didn't Pat Riley trademark that or something?
As like we said, we are wrapping things up here. We're going to switch it over here to the booth cam once we get this thing up here. There we go. As like before, I'm Joey. Alongside us is Jason, our special guest. I'm really glad to have him in the booth with us today.
Not a problem.
As Brendan Pick would usually be to my right, but I believe he's running around helping getting a camera set up here. As like we said earlier, top 4 in the scratch division advance to the roll-off, and the top 4 in the handicap will advance to the roll-off. And once we get the scores after Game 6, we will update you on who is standing where, as definitely today was a struggle for all the bowlers.
What was Brendan's number? He said plus
Brendan
25.
said plus 25 for the cut.
And Pallardy was plus 29.
He's sitting first.
So, yeah.
So from what our math is showing, Pallardy should be the number 1 seed once again.
And he's the only one who went plus in the scratch division.
Yeah. And it's interesting because 2-time champion right now, only 1 plus, and this is his 2nd time, I believe, in a row being the number 1 seed. going into the roll-off.
Now, do they stay on the same lanes?
What will happen is we will switch things up. I believe the roll-offs are going to be going on between 27, 28 is probably where it's going to start. I know our final pair is going to be right in front of us on 23, 24.
Okay.
And that's where we're going to get some interesting camera setups going on here. So expect some cool shots to happen once we get towards the final match. Cameras will be moved around, and we're going to make this finals pretty much interesting, make it look pretty good with the cameras we have.
Yeah, definitely with the fact that, moving pairs and such, I think overall that is a huge thing, that I would want to be a number 1 seed then, for sure.
Oh,
if
yeah.
we were bowling like on the same pair every match, I may want to be like the number 2 seed, get my feet wet.
Well, with usually how we do it, if there was enough bowlers in the scratch, the top 8 would bowl 1 versus 8, 2 versus 7, 3, 6, 4, 5.
Mm-hmm.
But since there weren't enough bowlers today, we were only cutting to the top 4. So that does make it interesting. So that's pretty much a shootout for the top 4 spots. And like you said, you want to have that number 1 spot because you're guaranteed first place.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's huge, especially with it being this late. Well, with as many bowlers as we had, but the payouts are still going to be huge. And that's the one thing I really want to try to emphasize is like, it's a $50 entry or $55 depending on when you paid, but we pay out 1 out of 3.
So everyone in the top 4 is guaranteed to cash for their smart funds.
And usually with this, I'm guaranteeing your first place is probably going to be 2, maybe even 300. So it's still a huge payout, and that's the one thing we try showing. It's like out of all the tournaments we've ran this year, I believe we have already made $5,000 in scholarship money. And we've only run 3, maybe 4 MJTs right now.
Why aren't you here?
Yeah.
Why aren't you here?
This is
seriously.
Literally, this is an awesome youth tournament if you're in the St. Louis area. And for more information on bowling us, visit us on Facebook. Look us up at Midwestern Juniors Tournament. You can find us on a website at www.mjtbowling.com. We also have a Twitter account you can follow us on, or just look for Ricky Masco's Facebook, my Facebook, Joey Petzold, our other producer, Matt Turek, and then our other commentator, Brendan Pick. Follow us, add us as a friend on Facebook. We always share upcoming events that are coming up. So Ricky Masco is currently on the mic informing everyone.
Yep, the number was right, 1163.
1230 was the cut for the handicap. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
As Ricky, we pretty much just announced the standings. Ben Pallery, the number 1 seed in the scratch division. Donald Lee finishing 2nd. So the first match in the scratch division is going to be the number 4 seed, Christian Ascona, taking on Jason Robarg. And in the handicap division, Landon Richards is our number 1 seed, as Hunter Reichert is the number 2 seed. And the females are going to be going at it. Casey Gettle in qualifying 3rd, as Morgan Von Houten sitting in the 4th seed. It's going to be a very interesting match on both sides, the handicap and the scratch, as Kona pretty much struggling the whole day, starting from the bottom of the pack, as these last 3 games, working his way up into the cut.
Yeah, because he goes 259, 190, 219, so he goes about 60, 70 over the last 3 games to make it into the top 4 as the number 4 seed. I think that's a testament to his determination, his skill set as well.
As it's pretty big. As right now I'm looking down in front of us, Ricky Masco talking to all 8 bowlers who are going to be into this step ladder. Once we get payout information, we will definitely inform all of you. As just a reminder, our next upcoming event, May 18th, we will be at the Brunswick Zone in Chesterfield. It is our MOT, so it's a no age limit. Bring the youth. Any youth bowler can come out and bowl, and any adult bowler can also bowl it. As the scratch is going to be on the right side of the screen, and the handicap is going to be on the left. So a pretty cool view for that. As I'm guessing that we're going to start getting ready to get these matches going. As like I said earlier, I'm Joey Petzold. To my left here is Jason. To my right is Brendan.
Welcome back, Brendan.
Yep, I had to help with some cameras, trying to set up to get the best angles we can for you guys.
As Ricky Masco is telling bowlers to report to their lanes, as we are going to get this quarterfinal match in the scratch and handicap division on their way.
So in the scratch, we've got Christian Azcona versus Jason Robarsh. And in the handicap, if I'm correct, is it Casey Gattell versus Morgan Van Houten?
And
Yes, it is.
See, I don't have to be in the booth. I'm following along just fine.
As we were just told, the scratch division is going to have their first match on lanes 27 and 28. So when we do the camera from the far end,
it's going to be reversed.
The scratch is going to be on the left. The handicap is going to be on the right.
And for the match between Casey and Morgan, Morgan will have an 8-pin advantage in the handicap.
Is usually when Casey bowls, especially in the roll-off, I've always realized this. She's never really been the number 1 seed entering the step ladder. Every time she's won, she started either 3rd or 4th. So expect Casey to come out and do the same that she's been every time in the step ladder. She's going to probably put up some big numbers and try to make her way into the top, into the finals match. And then, Azcona's last time he was in the roll-off, he was the number 1 seed last year at Plaza, came out victorious. And Robarg, this is his first his first step ladder event, so he's looking to make the run and maybe dethrone the 2-time defending champ Ben Pallardy, who is our number 1 seed.
So we could look now at the scratch match. Them warming up, they got 2 minutes of practice.
And we will be flipping back and forth between both matches, as I'll be interested to see what happens. Pretty much on the scratch side, look for Robarg to be playing right with a urethane. He's not really hitting it. He's going to let the ball cruise in towards the pocket, as Christian Azcona using looks like an LT48. We'll see where he's doing. It looks like he's going to get a little bit left and swing it. And over here on the handicap side, Casey Gettel, known for playing straighter, is what she's going to do. And expect Morgan Van Houten to possibly get the ball a little bit right.
Yeah,
she'll have a little swing to it.
Yeah, she's going to look like she's going to be a little more left. Tracy looks like she's using a Defiant Soul, and Van Houten is using looks like a Columbia 300 Antics.
Both of these matches are going to be very interesting, and my question is, all I'm going to be watching this is through the warm-up. Do you think playing straight is going to be the way to go, especially on the handicap side?
Yes.
Because if Morgan misses anything right, it's going to be really hard for that ball to roll up, especially with how much carry down has been put on through these 6 games of qualifying.
Yeah, that I definitely agree. I think on the scratch side, I think playing in a little bit more, at least for Christian, is going to be the right play for him.
But when you see Jason Robarg up on as you saw him on 27 there, definitely he's got to look, and he's playing far, and he's playing like right. I mean like 3. And he's going to stay as close to the ditch as he can, as Kona is probably looking to go 12 to 5.
Yeah. Yeah, as Kona's trying to get one of the slower ball speed and just get it to roll out and roll up through the pocket. And Jason and I actually spoke right afterwards to see what his look was going. He had one of the better looks, finishing up with back-to-back 200s in qualifying. But he actually told me that he thinks he's going to move a little further right than he was there, and he said it's insta checking off his hand, and if he misses left, he gets that hold because he's throwing a urethane, and it might not always carry, but as long as he can keep his spare game back on top, which he felt like he did later on in qualifying. He said he struggled a little early on, but I like his chances in that match.
As the names are being entered in here on the handicap side.
Form of champions right there in lane 27, folks.
So handicap scores are being added in, so we will be able to give you the score, the scratch, and the handicap score while this match is going on.
As Tournament Director Ricky Masco is going over the format that they're going to do PBA style.
Yes, that's usually what they do here in the step ladders. For those who don't know what the PBA format is, one bowler bowls the first frame, and then it goes 2 frames. Then the next bowler comes up, bowls 2 frames, and it goes back and forth all the way to the 10th. So down on lanes 19 and 20, we have both second place bowlers warming up to see who they're going to come up and bowl against for the winners of these matches.
The last name is almost in, and we're about to get underway at the quarterfinals here at the MJT at Cave Springs Lanes. Thanks to everyone who's watching.
Yeah, thank you for everyone that's been with us pretty much the whole day or tuning in. Like I said earlier, share the word, spread it that we're down to we're down to our final 4. Spread the word, share the link, have everyone tune in to watch some of the top bowlers in the area and from around the world bowl for the top prize of scholarship or money. Definitely an awesome event, like we said, for people to come out and bowl. As Ricky's done entering the names, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like our quarterfinal match here in the handicap and scratch division is going to be getting on their way.
You guys are good to go.
As Tournament Director Ricky Masco has given them the go-ahead.
As Jason Robarg is going to take the first shot here on lane 28, and Casey Gettle on lane 23.
Looks like Jason's going to start on 27.
I think that might be a smart idea for him. Just really wouldn't matter which way, I should say where he starts, but it'll be interesting as you saw Casey's first shot going left, leaving the 5-9. Here's Jason Robark's first shot on lane 27.
Ooh, comes in a little high, leaves the 6 pin.
I think that might be a little problem that he's going to run into, is that the ball really doesn't, like, the problem is with bowling the 6 games, especially as much as people bowl right, if he hits a little bit of friction, that thing's going to jump and go high through the face.
Ooh.
So Casey unable to get the 5-9, as Jason will convert the 6 pin. Here's Morgan Von Houten.
Looking to capitalize on that open from her competitor Casey, and she goes Brooklyn, tripping the 5 to the right.
Yeah, she looks like she's playing. That one looked like she got in, played hit about 12 at the arrows.
It's Christian Ascona here stepping up on lane 28. The strike here will definitely help. Here's Morgan putting a double up. Good way to start off the open, as Ascona able to get a little high flush. Good way to start off for both him and Morgan.
Morgan definitely looks like she's playing left of Casey. She's probably playing about 10 at the arrows, playing that hold that's now developed down there. And Casey's definitely playing around like 4, 5, 6. She's up on 24 here.
Left off her hand.
Doesn't like it, leaving the 6, 7, 10. So we take a look down here in the scratch side. Ascona looking to start a double up in this first match. And he likes it.
Out. So early on here, do you go for the 2 count, or do you go for?
I go for it. If you're 2 frames in and you already have an open, you might as well try to make something happen.
Agree. Gets 2, so it has 17 in the second.
So we're going to take a look at Jason here down on lane 28. 9 spare to start off his first frame.
Looking to try to keep pace with Christian. Wants a strike of his own.
Doesn't like it off his hand. That
Fortunate.
one goes left too, leaving just the 3 pin. Here's a look at Casey Gettle. stepping up here in the third. Starting off 2 opens. Looking to get a strike to get back into this match.
That looks a little better, but it still checks hard. Going
Ooh.
Brooklyn, tripping the 10 late.
Yeah,
and
that
she
one
will certainly take that break.
Yeah, that one still looked even left off her hand. Looks like she's trying to go. She's trying to guide it almost.
Jason
Robar-
runs in his spare, no problem.
As
Morgan.
Morgan gets fortunate again to go Brooklyn, carries it for front 3.
So Morgan starts off the first game 3 in a row, and that's definitely putting the foot down against Casey Gettle.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're in a match like this and you're fortunate enough to get those breaks, all you can try to do is capitalize, and this one looks a bit wide.
Fortunate just to leave the 1-2-4. Could easily have had the 10 pin with that, but she'll take that. She already has an 8-pin advantage because of the handicap difference. As Jason Robarge goes high, leaves the 4-7.
And he seems to be having a very similar problem to Casey, as every shot of his hand just seems a little left. And when you're playing that rail, it's really hard not to guide it. And he just caught Morgan Van Houten chopping that spare. So she has an 85 in the 4th, and Casey will try to make up some ground on that.
Yeah, so the one thing I think Jason needs to do is get a little bit left if he's going to still try to play out there. If not, he's going to have to jump into where Ascona is and play his line, as he only takes the 7 off. So an open there in the third gives him a 46, as Kona stepping up here in the third, working on a double.
Tracy got on the right lane, lane 24. That looked like a better shot. That was right over her target. Gets the double.
And Casey throws a double
Casey,
there.
I'm sorry. God.
Jump down here to the scratch as Kona, like we said, working on a double, trying to extend his lead even more off the open that Jason just left. He likes it.
Slap that 10 out of there. So front 3 for Christian.
Looked like his spare shot.
Yeah.
On a
Take a look at our camera down lane. On the far right side, you'll see Casey.
That one looks pretty good, too. Oh! Paralyzes back the 8-pin, folks.
I really thought that thing was going to stand from
I
the
thought
way
it was
looked.
too for a moment.
Jumping down here to the scratch as Kona starting off with 3 in a row, looking to make it 4 against Jason Robarg. Doesn't like it off his hand, leaving the washout, the 1-2-8-10. And down in the handicap side, Morgan coming a little high, leaving the 6-9-10. As Morgan, she just gets right up there and ready and looking to convert the spare.
Oh. Wow.
Now awkwardly chops it.
That was weird.
It's back-to-back opens for Morgan, as opening the door right back open for Casey, as she has 3 in a row. As here's Ascona looking to convert the washout, as Morgan over on lane 23, missing left, leaving the 1-3-9. And Ascona unable to convert the washout, so an open for him. And that opens the door right back up for Jason Robarg if he can put a double up. But now here's the thing for Morgan. Morgan has not made a spare this game yet. And this is a crucial spare to try to keep herself into this match.
Yeah, keep a 15-pin lead. And, dead right off her hand into the gutter. So it puts her at 103 with 111, or 103, 130 with handicap in the 6th.
Is Jason Robarg. Beautiful shot off his hand. Gets 10 in the pit. And that's what he definitely needed to do to try to get himself back into this match against Christian Ascona. So over in the scratch side, we're entering our 5th frame. The handicap, we are entering our 6th frame. Both very close matches now. As Casey Gettle about to step up on lane 24, working on 3 in a row. As Jason Robarg here up on lane 27, trying to put a double up, trailing to Christian Ascona.
Down 18 pins, can cut the lead to 8.
This one looks a
Jason's
little
left off
left.
his hand. Nearly goes, well, it does go Brooklyn, leaving the 5-pin.
Here's Casey Gettle. stepping up on lane 24, like we said, working on 3 in a row and trying to get in the lead now after Morgan going 3 opens in a row.
That looked like a really good shot of her hand.
And she goes 10 in the pit. Jumping over the Robark here, looking to make a single pin spare. And converts it. So that 9 spare for Robark is going to keep him about 18 pins back of Christian Ascona. And Casey Gettle, with 4 in a row, is going to bring her right back into the lead here.
Yeah, she has a lead right now by 8 with the handicap difference in.
Strike here will extend it.
Oh, that looks a little hot. And gets the fortunate break to trip the 6 pin out. She says, anything that Morgan can do, I can do as well.
So that's 5 in a row for her entering the 7th frame as Kona down here on lane 28.
Looking to extend
Got
this
that
lead.
one wide.
Little right.
My. Leaves a 2-4, 8-10.
And just like that, the match down in the scratch division just got more interesting. We jump down to lane 24. Morgan missing left again on that lane. She's really struggled on 24, leaving just the 5 pin. And Ascona was about to take a shot on lane 28, but stepping back, looking to make a ball change to throw the melee as a spare shot.
Oh, hang on there.
Oh,
Oof.
Missing the 5 pin, so 4 opens in a row for Morgan.
After starting strike, strike, strike. Currently sitting at 110 in the 7th without her handicap.
And as Kona,
And Morgan's made a ball change, and leaves a pocket 7-10 on that shot.
Yeah, and unfortunately that's going to put her back quite a ways in this match, but that was one heck of a shot after struggling for quite a little while. As down in the scratch match, you saw Christian Ascona attempt a conversion, and with an open there, will let Jason inch closer and closer, and Christian wants to maintain his slight lead he holds at this moment, and will look to do so with his delivery on lane 27.
as Morgan getting 1 with the 7-10 is definitely a surprise and not expecting to see what she was doing. Here's Ascona stepping up on 27, looking to get back into it. Gets all 10 back.
Tiger Woods-esque fist pump there.
As we're going to look a shot here at Casey Gettle. This is for 6 in a row, and they pretty much
that
lock
looks
this
good.
match up.
Oh, gets a little high, leaves a 4 pin.
At this point, Casey really just needs to stay clean out through the match, and she'll look to advance against competitor Hunter Reichardt, defending champion at the MJT here.
Here's Jason Robark. Looks a little left. Able to get the carry, though.
Yeah, and he just seems to be guiding everything off that corner. In practice, he was standing almost the exact same spot and was drilling him back, and I don't know if the pressure's getting to him or what's going on in his head, but he needs to get that ball off his hand.
That strike there will make it a
They get a 6-pin match.
6-pin match now.
As
Both bowlers striking in the 6th frame.
Tracy holds a 46-pin lead in scratch, but
Casey.
38 pins.
Casey.
These names are really confusing me sometimes. Reading is not my strong
Oh,
suit.
that
Here's
makes it much
Robark
better.
up ditch.
Runs it out.
Likes it, but unable to trip the 7.
Casey
Has-
looks to show Jason how to strike and doesn't either, leaving the 4-8.
So from that 8 count pretty much right there, Casey Gettle is going to advance in her match, and she's going on to face Hunter Reichardt at the number 2 seed. As you saw there down on the end, Jason Robark converting the 7-pin as Casey
Ooh, chops the 8-pin off. So still a tiny, tiny glimmer of hope as Morgan can strike out for 179.
But with the handicap,
With
they'll give her
handicap, we'll give her-
2-8.
Yeah.
No glimmer.
And there's, and all Casey needs to do is get
5 pins, yep.
And here's Christian Ascona.
With the double here, will extend his lead. Otherwise, well, we were going to look at a single pin match, but Christian wants to extend that lead and throws a double there in the 6th and 7th.
Now makes it a 16-pin match.
Indeed, he does.
Here's Morgan down on lane 23. Ball's right off her hand, unable to roll up, leaving the 1-2-4, and now mathematically it is impossible to beat Casey.
Still a heck of a day for Miss Van Houten. We appreciate her coming out to bowl our tournaments. It's her first MJT, and she finished in the top 4. That's not too bad, I would say.
Definitely a very good day for her. Here's Ascona working on a double.
Oh, and
Unable
he
to
can't get
kick
the 7 pin
7.
out either.
And somebody's glued the 7-pin down on lane 27.
Now Robark definitely needs to capitalize on that. A strike will definitely keep him in the match. So winner of this game is going on to face the only lefty remaining in the field, Donald Lee. As Casey shot on 24, missing just right but leaving only the 2-pin. Here comes Ascona for the 7.
Hooks the entire lane at it.
Man.
Now here comes Robarg up in the 8th. The possibility to get himself back into this match and then close the gap against Christian Ascona.
Can keep the gap at 15 pins with a strike here in the 8th. Drills the rack.
Kicking a 9 just a tad out, so maybe from the way it looked for me, might need to make a little bit of a jump, maybe a one-board move on 28 once he gets back over there.
And it's definitely why he wanted to, because he was the higher seed, so he had choice of starting lane. That's why he started on the left lane, so he could finish on that right lane, because he's thrown the last 3 on that right lane. As Casey finishes with a 193.
Robark here looking to try to get a double in the 9th.
Can cut the lead to 5
Oh,
pins.
this one's
That's
going left.
Oh, my.
Leaving the 5-10. And Robark
Not pleased.
not pleased at all, as he knows that it's going to hurt.
He will look to convert to give himself a chance at this match, but not an easy conversion for a right-handed bowler, especially not when he's been throwing straight for a while. Will look to clip the edge and fails to do so, and so he's looking at a 152 max 182, and
so Christian just needs to
he needs a mark.
needs a mark in
mark.
either the 9th or the 10th frame.
A mark here will definitely seal for Ascona. The one thing he does not want to do is do what he did in the 4th and 5th frame, go back-to-back washouts and be unable to convert any of them. Back-to-back opens will keep this game alive for Robarg, but Ascona has been on fire on lane 28. He doesn't like it.
Oh, and there's that
There's a
washout we just
washout.
talked about, the 12410. So that puts him at 157 in the set in the 8th.
As we were just handed payouts for the top bowlers.
So in the scratch division, the loser of this match, taking 4th place, will receive 55. 3rd place finisher today will take 85. 2nd place will take home 150, with our total for first prize taking $230 for winning our scratch division today. Over in the handicap, we're paying 1st and 2nd. Handicap will take home 125 for 1st, with 2nd taking home 65. And as we look at Christian's attempt at the washout, he does exactly what Joey mentioned.
He's unable to get it, so now we have a match.
14-pin match.
Ascona needs
A mark.
a mark.
Now he needs to fill
He
he needs to fill 17.
But he needs a mark to get
Well,
there.
yeah, no, I understand that. To get the 17, he needs a mark.
If Christian can get 17 without a mark in the 10th, I think we're all going to do 25 push-ups here in the booth, folks.
I think I'll run a mile.
I agree. I think we all will.
But here's a big moment for Ascona.
He posted that one.
Dead flush.
And if there had been 17 pins on the deck, Christian would have definitely got him, as that strike will secure him a match against our second place in the stepladder, Donald Lee, the lone lefty left in the field today. That was a lot of L's.
That was a lot of L's. But good bowling from Jason Robark today. Battled his way from the bottom to make it into the top 4.
Wait, were you telling me he started at the bottom and now he's here?
He is. He indeed pulled the Drake. Walking away, though, today with $55 guaranteed. As the number 4 seed, Christian Ascona, will go on to face the number 2 seed. And as Brendan likes to say, the lone lefty, Donald Lee. As Ascona stepping up, it looks like he's trying to ball change with the Mastermind Genius there. Tripping up the forward pin a little late, though. And Robarg will make the spare. So Ascona can shoot 196 max, as Robarg can shoot 172.
And as Kona needs to figure out a way to avoid those washouts, as 196 is bearable, but that's a 3 open 190.
And Robark throws 7 his last shot, so 169 he will finish, taking home at least $55, I believe, in scholarship money. And as Kona trying that Genius out, definitely looks pretty good with where he was. So that's the end of the quarterfinal match. Casey Gettle, the number 4 seed, is going on to play Hunter Reichert. And in the scratch division, the number 4 seed, Christian Ascona, going on to face the number 2 seed, Donald Lee. As it looked like the camera situation is all fixed and set up, so it looks like we'll be getting the semifinal match going pretty quick. As like we said, both the number 4 seeds in the handicap and scratch division will advance. So the number 4 seed, Casey Gettle, will take on the number 2 seed, Hunter Reichert. And in the scratch division, number 4 seed, Christian Ascona, will go on to face
the lone lefty.
The lone lefty, the number 2 seed, Donald Lee. As I personally know, Donald Lee has been practicing a lot, working on his game, because he knows he's been struggling the past couple of MJTs, and his main goal was to come out here and to make the roll-off, and that's exactly what he came out here and did. So as we take here a look, handicap side, Casey Gettle versus Hunter. And then we look down here in the scratch, Ascona versus Donald Lee. 2 bowls on each side for each bowlers. Staying on the same lane as you see from the camera. Handicap is going to be on the right, 23 and 24, where they were last time. And then on the left side is going to be the scratch division. Interesting to see what's going on. Ascona definitely made a ball change. And instead of going to the LT48, looks like he's going to get a little bit left and try a different ball, a little bit more aggressive. You know, we might do a little special feature here. Both Ascona and Donald have family that are watching back home. And we might make this a little bit interesting. We might do a little bit of translation here, as Rodolfo might come and sit us in the booth and do a little translation for us. That's if he decides to come over and join, if he wants to. As tournament coordinator Ricky Matsko giving him the 30-second mark So probably another shot for each bowler. When it comes to speaking Spanish, I don't think any of us here in the booth does anything good. I think the only thing I could do is if someone strikes, I could just yell "goal" for a long time. The only thing I could tell
Uno, dos, tres, cuatro, cinco.
the only thing I could tell everyone in Spanish is me encanta boliche.
I don't think you're allowed to say that on live stream, Joey. We need to.
I just said I love bowling.
This is a family tournament, man.
Me encanta boliche. I believe
don't-
that's how you say I love bowling in Spanish.
I don't know. We could get our translator over here and find out.
All right, both matches here are starting to wrap up. Ricky Matsko looking to make the changes in the scoring monitors.
And in our handicap match, Casey Gattel will need to make up 102 pins on Hunter Reichart. And it's nice to see Hunter come out here. He's one of our developing bowlers.
And so he's been in the roll-off multiple times, an actual MJT. He won last month's MJT, so he's also looking to become the second bowler to go back-to-back.
I tell you what, Joey, if he wins, I can't wait for his interview.
Oh, definitely.
Hunter is very good when it comes to the actual stepladder. His first one was at Kingpin, where he actually tied Casey and went to a roll-off, and then unfortunately wasn't able to beat Casey in the count, but was able to get revenge at St. Charles last month, where he came out as the winner.
So are we going to see another? We're going to see a repeat, a
We-
tie
we could
between
possi-
Hunter and Casey.
It's going to be a very good match, as both bowlers have bowled against each other multiple times. They're each 1-1 against each other, and this is pretty much bragging rights right now.
Well, it's not just bragging rights. These two bowlers are in the handicap division are fighting for that last spot to cash or scholarship or.
Here's Casey's first shot. Looks a little in. Rolling up, leaving the 6-10.
And it looks like she's made a ball change from the Rotogrip Defiant Soul to the Rotogrip Asylum.
That's the one thing I realized about Casey is with playing far right. If you miss a tad left, that ball is going to hit the friction and just start reading really quick, and you're either going to go Brooklyn like she did there, or you're going to run into a problem where it's going to go right through the face.
Yeah, and that was one of the major problems that unfortunately dispatched third seed qualifier in the scratch, Jason Robarsh.
As Casey will make the spare. And over in the scratch division, looks like they're going to be starting up pretty soon. And here comes Hunter on lane 24. Like we said, he has a 101 pin advantage with the handicap. 102, I'm sorry.
Joey, where's Christian from?
Christian, I believe, is from Costa. I'm trying to think. It's either Costa Rica or Puerto Rico.
I think it's Puerto Rico.
I believe it's Puerto Rico.
Okay.
Rudy is the one from Costa Rica.
So if we have a moment, let's reflect on our top four qualifiers in the scratch division. We have Ben Pallardy, who's from Kentucky. Second qualifier was Donald Lee from Panama. Third qualifier was Jason Robarsh from Alaska. And fourth seed was Christian Escona from Puerto Rico.
As you saw Hunter there, just missing the 4-pin. So starts off the game with the open, but here's Ascona, who's going to start off the scratch match.
Throwing that genius and leaving these 3-6-10.
Yeah, Ascona definitely made a ball change to something a little bit more aggressive as he got left, and he's trying to get it farther out right, but was unable to do so. As Hunter's next shot misses right, leaving the 1-2-4-7.
And the key to Hunter's success in this is just going to be to try to string a couple of marks together. It's going to be really hard to beat if he can do that.
Yeah,
Exactly.
2 or 3 marks in a row is going to definitely give him the advantage here over Casey. And this one looking just a bit left, only taking off the 4-7. And as Kona converting the 3-6-10.
So Casey and Donald reached up here on the right lane of their respected pairs and look to answer their opponents back here.
as we take a look from the down lane cam that we have. Donald Lee up on the left side of the screen from the left side of the lane. Comes in a little high, trips out the 8, leaving only the 4-pin. Looks like he's throwing the pearl, the pink and purple pearl karma. There was a lot of P's in that.
Here's Casey's shot. Able to kick the 10-pin out. If she's playing pretty much parallel right up 5. And what I mean by that, folks, is she's hitting 5, and her break point down the lane is also 5. Once she does that, she is pretty much consistently going to be right around the pocket. As Donald Lee will convert the 4-pin to keep this match even through 1.
And they're for in the Joey Petzel score system, we have two 290 paces going right now.
Technically 3 right now.
Well, I was just talking about the scratch.
Here we go. You know, the word pace in bowling. Here we go.
Here's Casey's
That
next
looks
shot on
good,
23.
Case.
Oh, gets the kick on the wall shot there.
That was a 2-pin that flew off to the side.
Yeah. Here's my fun math that I always enjoy.
I
Next
love
game.
your math, Joey.
Next game, right off the bat, there are possibly 4 300s available. As you saw there, as Donald Lee coming high and leaves the 4-7-8, getting lucky getting that 6-pin out.
You've got the you have the Jeff Goodger scoring system.
You got a 300 until you mess it up.
Yeah.
Over on lane 24, Hunter, though, looks like the ball slipped out of his hand. Gutters the first shot, looking to see if he can bounce back with Casey.
He's going to try to pull a Christian Ascona spare shot here. And
that one, it just looked like he might have hung up on it a little bit and only taken one off the right.
Yeah, and you could kind of see him hanging his head there, and he's going to have to keep himself in the match.
As Donald Lee converts the 4-7-8, as Kona is going to step up here on lane 28, looking to strike and to get his lead. As here's Hunter up on lane 23, looking to get a mark this game. And this one, he missed the right, and you can see he's just really a little upset about how he's throwing it. Here's Christian Ascona on lane 28. Definitely gets that one light, kicking out the 8-pin. And like I said, he's definitely got left with a more aggressive ball. And he's literally getting left and getting it out to 5, maybe a little farther right.
Yeah, I don't know if I like the look with this genius as much as I did with what I believe was an LT48, but I trust Christian's move, and we'll see if it works here. See if he can string a double after his light swisher on 28.
This one's out there again.
Ooh.
Unable to get the 7-pin out.
All right, so for those of you watching, every pin but the 7 on lane 27 weighs, the appropriate pound, and the 7-pin is 4 times the weight it's supposed to be. So
we have 2 Jeff Goodgers in the booth now.
As you see on the right, Casey Gettle working here in the 4th on a double, trying to extend her, trying to catch Hunter.
Boom.
Coming up light and is able to put 3 in a row.
Yeah, if that ball is going down lane off her hand, it looks really good. If you can immediately tell in the first couple of feet if it's going to check high or not.
And as Kona converts to 7, we're going to do a little pan out here. We got a special guest with us in the booth, the number 1 seed and 2-time defending champ, Ben Pallardy.
So nice to be here, Joey.
What is your preparation right now, getting prepared for the final match against either Christian Ascona or Donald Lee?
Well, first I need to go down and shoot a few spares. My spare shooting was not the best. Definitely going to watch some of Christian's shots here. Looks like he's doing a really strong piece of equipment, moving way left.
Yeah, as you saw, we see there Casey Gettle.
Yeah.
As here's Donald Lee up on lane 28, coming a little high, leaving just the 7-pin. But what is your preparation as you said, spares. What is your main focus going into and getting prepared for the final match?
I mean, mentally, I won't do anything differently than what I've done all day. There's really no need to change anything.
Mm-hmm. And then, who would, like, out of both of these bowlers, who would you rather bowl against, or does it not bother you who?
I'd certainly rather bowl against Donald. With Christian playing so far inside, if he finds something, he's definitely going to be able to eat up the lane and do whatever he wants. And if I can throw urethane up the ditch and beat him, okay. If I have to move in and try and hook the lane on a short pattern, he will beat me.
It's a good word of advice there.
And you were saying, what you did all day seemed to work. Take us a little bit through how you handled today's conditions, because from what we could tell here in the booth, they were really demanding, and to lead a field like this must have taken some good decisions.
Yeah, well, I actually started on 27 and 28 where they're bowling now, and I was throwing reactive equipment, and I shot 140. So I stopped throwing reactive and started throwing urethane and just completely changed what I was doing, and I grinded out the rest of the day and bowled pretty good.
As you saw Hunter there converting his spare, as Donald Lee trying to look to put a strike up in this game, and does get all 10. So, do you think there's the possibility of going 3 in a row here?
Sure, why not? Done it twice, can do it 3 times.
Yeah. Definitely right now one of the favorites and one of the guys to beat every time you come on bowl this event.
Yeah, may as well win this one. This will be my last one of the year. So.
All right, Ben. Here you go. Call the action on Christian Ascona's shot here on 28. All
okay.
you, my friend.
All right, Christian's in his approach. He sets up. And he drifts a foot left. Whoa, that got out to the gutter, and wow, that recovered. Leaves a 4-pin.
Do you think it was, like, you watched him game 1 and you see him game 2, do you think it was a right idea for him to go from an LT48 to something more aggressive and getting left?
Well, his 2 misses in the middle of the game were both light, so I guess a stronger ball would make sense if he really felt he needed to change something. But, I mean, he shot, 195?
Yes, 195 his last match.
I mean, he may have felt that may not be enough in this next game, so he thought he needed a ball that's going to give him a better possibility to strike, and I think that genius will. I also think it's going to give him a little bit more over-under. As you see, that shot, at least in my eyes, looked a little right, and it still recovered.
Yeah.
And it went high, so.
As we focus our attention here to Casey Gattell on lane 24. She started the match spare, 3 in a row spare, and will look to strike again.
And she does.
A beautiful strike, kicking the 9 straight back off the deck, and has a commanding lead over her opponent, Hunter.
All right, Ben. Ben's going to probably leave the booth here, go get warmed up for this championship match. Ben, good luck to you in the final match.
Thanks, Joey.
That was Ben Pallardy. He is our number 1 seed in the scratch division for the second time, or maybe the third, but he's looking to be a 3-peat champ here. As Christian Ascona up on lane 27, going from a less reactive ball, able to kick the 10 out, leaving just a 2-pin. And there's the problem we might have ran into, is I don't know if he really made that move from that most of that aggressive ball to something less aggressive. And here's Casey Gattell missing the tad inside, leaving just the 6-pin.
Yeah, and both of these competitors will look to convert these single pins and an attempt to move on to our finals here at the MJT.
As Ascona makes his spare, as Jason joins us back in the booth.
Hello, folks. Been keeping an eye on the scores down here, and currently with that spare from Casey. With handicap in, Hunter leads by 28 pins. And over in the scratch match, currently Christian Ascona has a 2-pin lead, but with a double here, Donald can take an 8-pin lead.
Like we said earlier, one of the main things Donald wanted to do was to get his game back, and this is exactly what he did. As Hunter there coming a little high, as Donald lead tripping the 6, 7, 10 out to give him that 8-pin lead. And that's just going to... That might add a little salt in the wounds there to Ascona not being able to get a string going. As over on lane 24 here, Hunter looking to make a spare. The spare here.
And that's another spare
That's another
for Hunter
spare for
Riker.
Hunter.
That was huge for him. Puts him at a 28-pin lead still.
As we jump over to the scratch, Donald Lee looking to get 3 in a row here.
Oh, that looks good.
That looks really good. And does so.
Now takes an 18-pin lead.
So 3 in a row for Donald Lee right there. Helps extend his lead over Christian Ascona. As Hunter
gets the wall shot there.
Gets the light swoosh, puts a strike up in the 8th, and just like that, makes it a 17?
He's got a 28-pin lead.
28-pin lead.
He's got a 28-pin lead right now. With the handicap, obviously.
As you see on the screen, Christian Ascona getting set up on the left as Casey Gettle is getting ready on the right.
And looks like he's using the Genius on the right lane still.
Interesting, since his last shot he went to the LT48 and almost leaving the 210.
That ball got out.
Wow.
Now he looks like a genius for pulling the Genius back out on lane 28.
You know, it's interesting to see how he's actually thrown. As we take a look at Casey on lane 24, ball unable to kick the 2-pin out. But if you watch Ascona, he's getting left, but he's really getting around the ball. And he's getting it right. So he wants that ball to really make that hard check at the end.
Looks like he's still using the Genius now on the left lane as well.
Going to go back to that Genius on 27 and gone light and high his past 2 shots here on 27 as he's looking to put a double up to try to keep himself in this match against Donald Lee. You see him really get around that ball. Coming high, tripping the 4-pin, and he puts a double up.
That ball went out for Burger and Fries and came back with steak and baked potato.
And they're starting to strike down in the scratch as Casey cleans up her spare and handicap.
And now trails by 29 pins going into the foundation frame, 9th frame.
So both interesting matches here. Donald Lee looking to strike to extend his lead as Casey Gettle looking to try to get back into her match against Hunter. As you see, Donald Lee on the left getting set, trying to look to put a 4 in a row, entering the 7th frame.
And gain his lead back to 18.
This looks really good.
Oh, that checked.
Checking a little high, leaving the 4-pin. As Casey Gettle here on lane 23 looking to get a strike here in the 9th.
That looked like a really good shot.
And
gets the 10 out.
Gets all 10. So that's going to keep her right into this match against Hunter, as Hunter's going to step up here in the 9th. And he has the possibility to...
If he strikes here, it's over.
To shut the match out.
Yeah.
Yeah, Casey can max out at 237 with Hunter's handicap. Hunter can max out at 256.
Oh, that looks
this
good.
one looks really good.
276. Oh my!
Only leaving the 7-pin. As here's Donald Lee on lane 28.
That high count on the strike though is still huge.
Exactly.
Yes.
Donald covers up the spare.
And he easily converts the 4-pin.
So he has a 7-pin lead right now.
As Hunter looking to make the spare here.
Indeed he does, Joey. Indeed he does.
Oh, and he misses it right. So an open frame in the 9th for Hunter opens the door for Casey.
Well, Hunter can still, if he goes double 4, he will win.
Needs the first 2.
A mark here will put a ton of pressure on Casey regardless, though.
Exactly.
So here's Hunter on lane 23. He
Wide right.
misses it right, taking 3. And here's Donald Lee on 27.
The count won't really hurt him. He's on an open, but
Gets
Donald
all
Lee,
10.
Well, the big thing for Hunter right here, he needs 1 pin to force Tracy to throw a strike here.
Casey.
If he marks,
Casey.
It's
Casey.
Gosh.
if Tracy wins our tournament, we are going to all be shocked here in the booth. However, if Casey Gattell can step up and double here, there is nothing Hunter can do.
Exactly.
And he will...
is
okay.
unable to convert the spare. So Hunter will finish off with a 98, a 221 with the handicap total. As here's Christian Ascona.
The count's wrong on there. It counted an extra 1.
Ascona gets that one right, gets all 10, so that's 3 in a row. as we are stepping here into the 9th, as Kona looking to keep this match close.
Yeah, Kona's taking a 3-pin lead now.
Jace, Casey doesn't even need a mark, does she?
Yes, she does. She needs the first hit. She has to have the first hit here.
She only needs 200 scratch.
Just needs count.
Yeah, that's the problem with me doing handicap.
Yeah, it's all
And
good.
that will be enough.
But she answers decisively with a messenger 10-pin across the deck and will advance to face tournament leader Landon Richards. Meanwhile, moving back to scratch, we see Christian and Kona on a string of 3, looking to make it 4, and dare I say it, take the lead. Wide out, misses the head pin. That's a professional washout, folks, and he'll have to pick this up just to retain some kind of competitiveness in this match.
It really didn't look like he threw that good. It looked like he popped up at the line, so the ball was not able to read the lane and come back.
Well, if he spares this, he'll have a 2-pin, or he'll be down 2 pins.
It's a crucial spare for him. Has
Another
not made
good
it.
shot by Casey.
She gets all 10, but as Kona has not made a washout yet in this step ladder, so this is going to be big. A big mark here for Ascona to try to keep him in the match against left-hander Donald Lee.
Looks like he's going to go hard straight at it.
Oh. Unable to get the 2-4, so an open in the 9th gives him a 179, possible 209 max.
And a valiant attempt there by Christian, but nonetheless an open in the 9th will give Donald Lee a golden opportunity here with really any mark in the 9th and 10th to advance to face top qualifier Ben Pallardy. And in our interview with Ben, he said that he would much rather face Donald only for the sheer fact that Christian is one heck of a bowler, and I'm sure Donald is too from the left look. And Joey mentioned it, the lefty might have a chance today, and he indeed does.
As this one looks really good off his hand, he gets all 10.
That might have been the best shot of the match.
And that strike right there looks like it's going to lock up this match. Donald Lee pretty much needs count, and he will go on to face our 2-time defending champ, Ben Pallardy. As over in the handicap side, Casey Gettle does indeed strike out in the 10th. 237, 258 with handicap. Defeats Hunter with a 98, 221.
And Casey
handicap.
Gattell will go tell Landon Richards.
Gosh.
Wow.
How it's done in the handicap final here. In
That's all I got to say is wow.
Yeah.
Here's
come
Donald
on.
Lee's first shot.
Oh, that looks good, too. And
Whoa.
as soon as I said it, it started hooking.
Yeah,
Coming a little
You
high.
need to stop saying that.
Leading the 4-7, but
That's enough.
that is enough. So Donald Lee, the number 2 seed, will go on to face our 2-time defending champ and number 1 seed, Ben Pallardy.
I'm sorry, he does need 1 to actually officially lock up the match. If he opens, he has 209.
So what you're saying is if he opens here and Christian
Punches.
strikes out,
We
got
have
a
a
tie.
possibility of a tie.
I love ties.
And then we'll have our 1-ball roll-off.
But I don't think he wants that
But
to
no
happen.
tie necessary there. There's 1.
As it's
he
enough.
gets his 1.
The 1 is enough.
202, 210.
211.
211.
I can't do math.
So 211 right now for Ascona. No, for Donald Lee. And Ascona could punch out for a 209.
This is why they have automatic scoring.
And here's Ascona's 10th frame. Melee up the ditch. Coming high, leaving the 3-6. And Ascona will convert the 3-6. Strike here will give him the 199, but it will not be enough against Donald Lee. As Donald Lee will open in the 10th to shoot a 211. So our final match in the handicap is Casey Gettle versus the number 1 seed Landon Richards. And over in the scratch division, number 2 seed Donald Lee will go on to take number 1 seed Ben Pallardy.
And Christian might be done, but that was one heck of a 9-pin. And he will receive $85 today. Going over the payouts again in scratch, our first place winner today will take home $230, with runner-up taking $150. And in handicap, our winner today will take $125, with second place taking $75. And you know, for a field that only had 5 entries, 125 for first is fantastic, if I do say so myself.
As you see Ricky Masco getting the camera all set up here as he's walking away. As we're going to turn it over here to the booth cam as we are getting situated for our final matches here. Definitely spread the word, share it on Facebook, share it on Twitter, text it to someone, let them know that our final matches here in the handicap and scratch division at the MJT will be going on in the next 5 minutes or so.
As Ricky Masco has given them the 2 minutes of practice warning.
Both bowlers, looks like all of them are getting ready to start the warm-ups. So in the handicap, we have a number 3 seed versus the number 1, and over in the scratch, the number 2 seed versus the number 1. So it's going to be a very interesting match as you see the shots of everyone that's been following or anyone that has just joined. Right side, we have the handicap final, and on the left, we have the scratch final. I think both of these matches here are going to be very, very interesting. We know Landon's going to have the advantage going into this final match, and Landon has just been a machine here, and he really has not been missing. As Casey, as we said earlier, has usually worked her way from one of the bottom 2 seeds always to this final match, and every time she's done it, she's won. So she's looking to make this 3 in a row. And let me just say this: Palardy and Casey right now are going for the most wins at an MOT or an MJT event. If they both win, they each get 3 wins out of all the events that we've done. So they've been both bowling very good in their divisions. So they're pretty much a force that can be reckoned with. But it can go any way today. Casey's been throwing the ball very good in the roll-off. Landon Richards, though, I'm calling him the machine. He's been real on fire his past couple games. And over in the scratch, Donald Lee, the lone lefty, looking to be the first left-hander to win the event. And Ben Palardy looking to make it a 3-peat. If he gets 3 in a row, I'm going to start calling him the Jimmy Johnson of the MJT.
Jimmy Johnson won more than 3, didn't he?
He won 6 in a row, if I'm right. 6 or 5 in a row.
So shouldn't he have to win that many to get called the
Jimmy
Johnson?
I'm going to start calling him the Jimmy Johnson because he's closest to it.
I feel like you just are hungry, man.
I just love NASCAR, and I'm missing the race at Talladega right now.
Oh, no. Is it really bad that I thought football first? I'm sitting here going,
oh, my God.
I'm sorry.
And excuse us while we remove Jason Woolham from the booth, folks. It's a public apology.
Oh, yeah, you thought of NASCAR first too, Brendan, right?
I don't know. I haven't eaten all day, so I was thinking of Jimmy John's. But
you know what sounds really good right now? Waffle House. I've been having that like the past
week and a half.
And it's just been so good. Like every time I come, like I'm hungry at like past midnight. That's all I've been eating. Hash browns at Waffle House.
Hopefully I can do the scoring right this time on paper.
As here we go, the handicap division is going to get on their way. Landon Richards has a 51-pin advantage over Casey Gettle. As Landon is going to start first on lane 23.
Good shot by Landon to start the match.
And the machine
is working properly.
He's been doing what he's been doing the last 3 games in the qualifying round, and that's striking and putting up the numbers.
I am a machine.
As Casey Gettle going to start the game off here on 24.
Still using that Rotogrip Asylum, Casey is.
And she's still playing the same area. She pretty much, if she plays parallel right up the first arrow, every time she's going to strike.
Yeah, right off your hand. You know, we've been mentioning it, but right off her hand. If it's left, it's going Brooklyn, and if it's
that one's going a little high. Able to kick the 4-pin forward though.
So Casey matches Landon with a strike to start.
And it looks like the scratch division is going to be getting going. Donald Lee is going to start us up, and he's going to bowl on lane 27. So Ben Pallardy is going to be getting the opportunity to finish the 10th frame first and possibly put the pressure on Donald Lee if it comes down to that scenario. Here's Donald Lee's shot in 27.
Oh.
Unable to kick the 8-pin out.
And he Sisleviches on his first shot out.
Gets the Brad Sislevich.
I really hope he's not mad that we're saying that.
And here comes Casey Gettle up on lane 23, looking to make a double to start off this finals match. This one looks really good off her hand.
Dead flush for Casey. Starts with an early double.
So here's Donald Lee looking to convert the 8-pin. And gets the 1. Now over on lane 24, the machine, Landon Richards.
I really hope he strikes. I have something so perfect for this right now.
Looking for the double.
Needs the crossover.
Brooklyn.
And Domo Origato, Mr. Roboto as the machine Landon Richards strings a double to start the match.
Gets the double, and I was not expecting you to say that. That was awesome. But the machine doubles as the 2-time defending champ kicks the 10-pin out to start off this match against Donald Lee.
Down in the scratch. Ben Pallardy throwing the natural right up the boards. Starts with a strike.
Here comes Landon Richards over on 23. Oh, this one looks good, too.
Oh,
3 in a row to start off for Landon Richards, and that's definitely putting the pressure on Casey Gettle. The machine is doing his job.
He is oiled up and ready to go. The cogs are turning. The pins are falling, folks. And Casey hopes to stay in line. But, you know, she's throwing strikes of her own.
Here comes Pallardy on lane 27. Unable to kick the 10-pin out. All I keep replaying in my head is the Domi Omigato, Mr. Roboto. I was not expecting that.
I know, that was pretty good.
Got to keep you on your toes, folks. But
here's Casey Gettle on lane 24 looking to answer.
Oh, that one's in.
Trips
gets the 4-9 out as we have both bowlers in the handicap division going front 3.
And just the difference is the handicap now of 51 pins.
And I'd like to point this out. There are 2 bowlers remaining that can shoot 300.
Yep. Folks, if you're watching right now, you're about to see a 300 versus 300 in handicap and then a 290 versus 280 in scratch.
That's my lovely math right there. So we're about to enter the 4th frame here in the handicap match as Donald Lee is going to step up on 28 as the scratch is only in the 2nd frame. But this handicap match is going to be very, very interesting.
Casey Gettle up on in the 4th frame in the left lane. That
this one looks good. And she gets 10 in the pin.
Very nice shot.
Gets the ham bone. Donald Lee looking to strike that.
She's got a little rage against the machine going here, folks.
Donald Lee going high, leaving just the 4-pin. So he's going to be 1 pin behind Ben Pallardy to start off these 2 frames. And here comes the machine, Landon Richards. He's been on fire, looking to make it 4 in a row.
Oh, that's got a shot.
Oh, this looks
crossover.
really good.
Oh.
Coming high, leaving the 6-10.
And the 300 comes to an end early.
Here's Donald Lee. Misses the 4-pin, so an open frame here in the 2nd. That's the one thing you don't want to do against the defending champ.
Quickly, Ben has a 12-pin lead in that match early on.
Here's Landon Richard. Misses the 6-10. Looks like it might have hung up in him. So an open in the 4th frame gives him an 84, 156 with the handicap. But Casey Gettle with the front 4.
Has a 35-pin lead now. Landon does. Through 4 frames.
Here's Donald Lee over on lane 27. Looking to get back off that open. Takes out the 8-pin this time. No 8-pin for him as he makes a statement trying to get back into this match.
And folks, I think the folks back home at Panama could hear that slap out.
Donald, as here's Landon Richards.
Wow.
Unable to get the 10 out.
That was a great shot by Landon.
You know, from watching Landon from when he first came to the MJTs to where he's at now, he's made a huge improvement with his game, and he's a lot better bowler, I think. Like, I think he has improved so much, and it's really cool to see that, especially from when he first started off at the Kingpin to where he is now. It's a huge improvement, and it's awesome to see someone being able to do that. Landon looked to convert the 10.
Nice spare by Landon.
He gets the spare. Here's Ben Pallardy up on lane 28, looking to extend to a 12-pin lead. Can't get the 10 out, so back-to-back 10 pins for Ben Pallardy.
Yeah, and that's one of the downsides to throwing urethane is you are going to give up some carry, and while the shots look good, it's really nothing you can do. You just got to go run in your spare.
So here goes Ben. He's going to try to run down this 10-pin. A spare here will give him a 1-pin lead. And he will convert the 10.
He'll hold an 11-pin lead to start. Has Casey Gottle back up on lane 24. Has the front 4.
Casey Gettle looking to make it 5 in a row here.
Currently down 35 pins. Can lower the lead to 25.
This one looks a little bit right.
Ooh, leaves the 2-8.
Looked like she missed her mark just by a board or two, and the ball was unable to read. So a spare here will still keep her in this match.
Yeah, she's still going to have to find up a way to make up those 51 pins.
Here's Ben Pallardy on 27, looking to get back into this match.
That's the natural right up the corner and sends the 10 left this time. Throws his arms up.
Knew that was a good shot. So that's going to put the pressure on Donald Lee to at least get this first one to keep this match close. And here comes Casey looking to shoot the 2-8. And from our view here, the 2 is slightly to the left, so that might make a little bit of a difference depending on how she hits this. Oh, she misses the 2-pin. So an open for Casey in the 5th frame with a 116, 137. And after 5 is Landon Richards has 166. And Donald Lee up on lane 28 looking to make a double here.
Oh, my.
Coming high, catching a break, though, leaving just the 610.
And that match is within grasp of 11 pins right now.
Yeah, it's 11 pins right now. As Casey Gottle up on lane 23 shortly.
It's nice to have Casey back.
Currently down 39 pins.
She's looking to get back into this match after that 2-8 open.
That one looks a little in, but she
Coming
got a little
high,
speed there.
tripping out the 4-pin. So a strike there will help try to get her back in this match. As Donald Lee
Whiffs on both of them.
Unable to convert the 610. So 2 opens for him in this game. And
Ben currently holds now a 25-pin lead in that match through 4 frames.
Yeah, and going back to Casey here for a second, that ball change from match 1 to match 2 from the Defiant Soul to the Asylum has given her some nice shim or some nice pull room, and she's able to trip those 4s as Landon looks for similar carry here as he crosses over and
leaves a 9. So we go back here to Donald Lee trying to get a strike to get himself back into this.
looks right. And right is wrong there as he needs to just convert the 4-pin after going Brooklyn.
Here's Landon on 24 looking to convert the 9 to keep his lead, and does so.
So he still holds a 38-pin lead in that match with handicap.
He's got a spare game too. Spare game too.
That is the biggest thing in the sport of bowling, is making your spares. And we've seen it time and time again today.
Landon is doing the right thing, filling the frames.
Making his opponent throw the doubles.
Here's Donald Lee up on lane 27, looking to convert a 4-pin. Missed one earlier this match, but not this time.
Covers that one. Landon Richard back up on lane 23.
This one looking a little Brooklyn.
Ooh, leaves
And
another 9 pin.
Not able to get the 9. Looks like the machine here might be running into a little bit of an error. Unable to kick out the 9 pin back to back. A mark here will definitely help Landon keep his lead over Casey.
Yeah,
As
he's only
he
missed that
spares
one.
that.
He's only missed that one spare. So that's 37 pin lead through 6.5.
Here's Ben Pallery on lane 28 trying to put a double up against Donald Lee. And that's 10 in the pit.
And Ben hasn't missed the pocket once here on our title matches. The only thing keeping him from the first 5 is back-to-back 10 pins.
Now holds a 35 pin lead in that match through 5 frames as Casey Goddell coming up on lane 24. Currently down 37 pins, but can cut the lead to 27 with a strike here in the 7th.
As here's Casey on 24. Like Jason said, a strike here will cut the lead, and it'll be a big double. This one looks a little bit right.
Oh, mine pays the full price penalty of 2, 4, 8, 10 split.
So here's Pallery on lane 27. Gets 10 in the pit. 3 in a row for the 2-time champ.
And Casey has to go for this now. She's down 37 pins. Needs a spare here.
Only takes off 2.
Wow.
So 2 opens on that lane, and that's twice on 24 that she's missed right. So right now,
2, 4, 8, 10.
So right now she has a 142 in the 7th, 163 with the handicap. But with Landon Richards filling his frames, he is extending his lead. As here's Donald Lee on lane 28.
Yeah.
That ball comes high, leaving the 2-4.
Yeah, Landon now holds a 51 pin lead in that match.
Down and scratch, Donald Lee is falling further and further behind as he cannot seem to figure out how to get on the left side of the head pin.
Yeah, down 27 if he spares here.
And here's Casey Gettle on 23 looking to get back off that open.
That one was left off her hand, but she carries the wall shot there, Brooklyn side.
It's a nice Matthew Turk shot, ladies and gentlemen.
Gets the Matt Turek carry right
We
there.
knew that one was coming out soon.
And here's Donald Lee looking to convert the 2-4. And covers it.
So he's down 27 pins through 6 frames.
Now the machine is going to step back up here on lane 24. A strike here is huge for Landon Richards. On this one he misses right.
Gets 5.
Takes 4 off. Leaving the
4
1
or 5.
leaving the 1, 2,
Oh, it is
5,
4, I'm
7,
sorry.
8, 9.
Sorry, from my vantage point I only saw 5 or 4. I saw 5, so 208.
So that low count might hurt.
Yeah, he's now only up 45 pins.
Here's Donald Lee trying to get back into it.
If he spares. Oh my, another stone 8.
Unable to kick the 8 pin out as Landon Richards almost converts it.
So currently, Landon holds a 34 pin lead in this match, coming into the foundation frame, 9th frame.
As Donald Lee stepping up on 27, looking to convert another 8 pin on lane 27. He will spare it, and Landon coming up light, leaving the 1-2 as a crucial spare.
Because if he spares here and strikes out in the 10th, he'll have 250. He'll have 267. Excuse me. The best Casey Goddell can do is 253.
Landon's going to get up here and try to convert the 1-2.
Oh my!
And he misses the head pin.
But still in his hands. He has 226 in the 9th with his handicap. He has a 256 max. Casey can strike out 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th and put all the pressure on Landon, and she'll finish with 253 with handicap.
As we focus our attention down to Ben Pallardy, he's looking to continue his string of pocket shots, and right as I say that, he goes through that. Well, it was only a little high, but
I was just high flush 410. And that's just the strength of the bowling balls nowadays. It's amazing.
Well, that was a natural.
I was really expecting that messenger that was even in the gutter to trip
I
that
thought I
10
was just
pin.
going to take the 10 out. At least just leave a 4-pin.
So Pallardy looking to convert the 4-10 as Casey Gettle on 24 looking at a crucial double.
It's got a chance.
That
Gets
was
it
beautiful.
out. So a double for Casey. And she's going to try to put something up here in the 10th to put the pressure on Landon. And Pallardy almost converting the 4-10. So a 145 for Ben Pallardy in the 7th. A possible 235 max still remaining as Donald Lee can only shoot 201 if he strikes out.
Yeah, he holds a 34-pin lead through 7 frames. As Tracy Gettle gets up on the left lane here. Casey Gettle. I caught myself that time at least.
That's all right. But Casey will look to give herself a chance at the final. And Ben, as long as he stays clean here, will be a three-peat champion. But we have a few frames to wait before that happens.
And that's 10 in the pit. Definitely makes up for that split right there.
So Casey
and that's
Gettle,
just putting him closer to that three-peat.
So Casey Gettle now to apply the pressure to Landon.
That's
this shot looks really good. Coming high though.
Oh!
Leaving just the 9-pin. And this is very interesting now to see what's going to happen in this game.
Well, 192 now in the 8th with her handicap.
Regardless, we'll just wait for Landon's shot to call it. But looking down at the scratch, we see Donald Lee looking to stay in his match and goes high again.
Leaving the 2-4-7. And Donald unable to find anything in this match.
So Casey with the 9-pin.
Needs the spare.
Oh, my.
Oh, my. Does not get it. So a 220 for Casey.
And Landon will step up here, and although he doesn't need count, will still try his hardest and finish this match off. And we will call him as the handicap champion here at the MJT in just a moment.
Says Donald Lee over there, converting the 7 spare. And here's Landon.
And with that throw, Landon, just like his counterparts in the Matrix, Landon the Machine Richards has won.
Landon Richards, a 2-time MJT winner, MJT winner wins his second one here at Cave Springs. So we're going to go over here to Donald Lee, looking to try to stay in this match. Unable to kick the 6-pin forward. And here comes Landon, misses it, but it was already over. Landon Richards, your MJT winner here at Cave Springs, winning 233 to 220 with the handicap total.
Donald Lee now looking to convert the 6-pin. Covers it, so he's down.
Now here's a big shot right here. A strike here from Ben Pallardy will lock this match up.
Well, we will watch Ben's delivery here, and we just want to thank everyone who's currently watching or will watch or has supported the MJT in any way, whether it be through our donations or any of our tournaments or even viewing. And hopefully you viewed that strike there as Ben Pallardy goes all 10 back in the pit and becomes our first three-peat champion.
Yep, just needs 1 pin now.
3 in a row for Ben Pallardy. He's bowled 3 events and has won all. No, I'm sorry. He's bowled 4 events and has won 3 of them.
75% isn't bad, folks. But if any of you guys think that you can end Ben Pallardy's streak, please come out, give him a chance.
He will be bowling the MOT, I'm pretty sure. Oh, no, he said this is his last event. As that strike there will definitely seal the match for Ben Pallardy. 3-peat champ right there. As he wins another MJT here at Cave Springs.
Well, I'm going to excuse myself from the booth so you, gentlemen, can interview the winners of today's divisions.
Thank you again, Jason, for
Not a
joining
problem.
us in the booth.
Not a problem. Hopefully you'll have me back at some point. Maybe if I can pronounce names correctly.
Just a reminder for the payouts in the handicap division, Casey Gettle will walk away with $75 in scholarship money, as Landon Richards will walk away with $125. Over in the scratch division, our number 4 seed, Jason Robards, finishes 4th, gets $55. Christian Ascona finishes 3rd, gets $85. Second place, Donald Lee will get $150, and the three-peat will win. Three-peat Ben Pallardy will walk away with $230.
But now joining us in the booth, we have MJT handicap champion here at Cave Springs Lanes, Landon Richard. Landon, nice to see you, buddy. How's it going?
So, I'm calling you the machine because you were bowling awesome out there. How does it feel to bowl that good? Like, that was so awesome watching you bowl today. Amazing. That's good. You put up a lot of strikes. You filled your frame. Have you been practicing a lot? Because it seems like from the last time you bowled here, you've made a huge improvement on your game.
Yeah, practice.
That's good. Oh, hold on. I just realized something. Your mic wasn't on.
Oh,
There we go.
That's better.
all right.
So yeah, you bowled phenomenal today. I'm saying congratulations, awesome bowling. Brendan, is there anything you would like to add?
Yeah, what have you been doing? What's the secret out there to your success? Every tournament you've bowled with us, I've seen you get better and better. What have you been working on back home?
Well, I don't know. Well, hold on. Let me
Try to think about it.
Yeah.
Is it the mom's cooking? Is she putting something in the mac and cheese?
No.
Oh.
No. No. No.
No?
No.
Well, Landon, awesome bowling. Congratulations on winning another MJT. And I still see brighter things in the future for you with how you've been improving.
Thanks.
And Landon, I hope the machine sticks because I really like that nickname, man. I hope to call action for you here in coming tournaments. Are you going to be at our next event?
Well, yeah.
That's
Sweet.
good to see that.
Looking forward to it, my friend. Congratulations again.
Thanks.
All right, that was Landon Richards, MJT winner here at Cave Springs Lanes. As we're going to get the three-peat champ up here, Ben Pallardy, 3 in a row. How many people can say that? That's really, really impressive. Back to our booth cam here with the three-peat, the 3-time defending champ, Ben Pallardy.
Yep, I'm back again.
And Ben, is the rumor true? I heard that, all you do is win, so we're going to go to one-handed bowl the next tournament?
No.
No?
So, what was your mind focus going into that last game, especially against Donald Lee? Because that's who you told us you wanted to bowl against.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was just make good shots. When I warmed up on the practice pair, I threw 4 or 5 strike shots that I really liked, and I had a good look with my couple shots in practice, so it was just shot making and made the shots, and that's all I had to do.
It definitely seemed like throwing the urethane. I saw you left a couple 10 pins. Did you think that would be crucial, especially in the beginning of the match?
No, not at all. They were good shots. Pick your spares, move on.
With Donald Lee not really putting up a string or really doing anything, what was the main focus?
Stay clean.
Just stay clean?
Stay clean.
Do you got anything you'd like to add, Brendan?
Just very impressive streak. I know you wouldn't ever talk badly about the competition out here. It's not like you're running over a field of pushovers. These are, I don't know. Tell me about your competitors.
This field was a little different. It was smaller than the other fields we've had, but when you look at the names of people in match play, at some of the other tournaments you have national champions, Team USA members, so even in a small field, there's still some good bowlers out there.
Well, you can definitely put yourself into that national championship.
Yep, I can.
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
But Pallardy, I'd like to congratulate you once
Thanks,
again.
Joey.
3 in a row, our three-peat. I know you said this was going to be your last one because you'll be heading home for the summer.
Have you installed the trophy case yet?
No.
You're going to need a bigger one, my friend.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Ben Pallardy here in the booth with us, the 3-time defending champ. And he's not going to be able to defend it next month.
Yeah, but congratulations again to Ben and Landon, our 2 champions in scratch and handicap respectively. And congratulations to all our bowlers who bowled this event. I think it turned out really well. I'm really enjoying our new cameras, and any feedback that anybody has, we are completely open, positive or negative.
Yeah,
we just
go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, you're fine.
I'm interrupting you. That's my fault.
Well, we just want to grow in any way possible, and we want to offer the best services we can, and run the best tournaments and the best live streams, and that only comes from constructive criticism. So, anyone who cares enough to watch, we care enough to listen.
Yeah. Thank you for everyone that was tuning in. Definitely help us spread the word, and we really hope that you guys enjoyed our new high-def cameras. Like we said, we are trying to do everything we can to improve not only the MJT, but to help improve the live stream for you guys to watch. Just a reminder, May 18th is our next event, the MOT. That's the no age limit. There is a handicap and scratch. You can reserve your spot on the MJT website, www.mjtbowling.com. You can also send the MJT a message on Facebook, so follow us there, follow us on Twitter, or if you have any questions, as tournament coordinator Ricky Matsko, or you can talk with me or Brendan here, any questions about upcoming events. But just a reminder, May 18th, we will be at the Brunswick Zone in Chesterfield. No age limit for that one, all ages, so we're hoping to see a big turnout, like we said, handicap and scratch. $50 if you reserve your spot, $55 the day of. And definitely tune in. Help us spread the word here. The 24th of May, we will be down in where is that?
Union, Missouri.
Union,
Oasis
Missouri,
Lanes.
at Oasis Lanes, broadcasting the Missouri State Final. So tune in for that one. Come on and watch the best high school teams in the state of Missouri compete to see who is the #1 team.
And hey, guys, if you're watching this video, it means you're familiar with our YouTube channel. So there's a subscribe button somewhere on the page right now. We're going to want you to go ahead and click that and keep tuning in. It's probably nowhere near where his finger is, but
somewhere down in this facility, hit the subscribe button for the YouTube channel.
All right, the word is going to be vicinity, but regardless.
Definitely follow us on YouTube. Follow us on Ustream, too. Definitely, we enjoy your guys' company. We hope you enjoy ours behind the booth, commentating what we see and what's going on in the lanes. And pretty much, I really hope that you guys can actually come out to the Missouri High School State Finals. For those that are wondering, even if you are not bowling, we are raffling off some very interesting prizes.
It's very awesome.
We are going to be raffling a Ryan Schaefer jersey and autograph Frantic. We will be selling some more bowling balls raffle, so expect that. Probably, I'm trying to think what else we can. Autographs by Randy Peterson, Liz Johnson. There's a lot that we'll be raffling off. If it's the same as what we did, it's going to be 1 for 1, 6 for 5, 15 for 10, or $20 for a wingspan.
But, speaking of those donations, I'd like to take a moment to thank the donators for our event last night. And just a special thanks again to Storm Bowling, Ryan Schaefer, Jazzy Ape Apparel, Best Bowling Pro Shops, Little Hills Dairy Queen, PBA Senior Champion Greg Getzlow for your $5 donation, Mike Romocalis, Brunswick Bowling, Fratelli's Restaurant, and Brunswick Zone Chesterfield. And speaking of Brunswick Zone Chesterfield, I really hope to see you guys there.
Yeah, I really hope to see everyone out there. We're looking for another big tournament, a big turnout, and especially with it being an MOT. When the last time we did it, payouts were pretty good. I'm pretty sure first place was 380. And that's when we had about 18 people in the scratch. So we are looking to the more people you get, the more the payout's going to be. Like we said, it's a 1 in 3, and then with the brackets, you can walk out with a decent amount of money.
Yeah, regardless of honestly, if our turnouts go up or down or wherever they're sitting, we're still one of the best paying tournaments in the area. We had 13 entries today, and we paid $230 for first. And
scholarship money, we've already given over $5,000 in scholarship, and that's huge. And that's the one thing I want people to realize is that we're giving away a lot of money, and we're hoping that you guys can come out and bowl the events and possibly either win the money or win money for scholarship for the future. Anything else you want to throw in here?
I love live streaming. If there's anybody out there who's looking for a crew to come live stream your events, please feel free to contact any of us here at the MJT. We will do whatever we can to get out there and live stream events. That's the one thing we want to do, whether it be youth bowling, even an adult tournament, or even collegiately wise. If there's tournaments out there that you guys want us to broadcast, contact the MJT, and I guarantee you we will make you an offer that you will not. You can't refuse.
You can't refuse.
We will make you an offer.
All right, well, we're going to wrap it up here. I'm Joey Petzel. This is Brendan Pick. Matt Turek, we'd like to thank our our producer. He's pretty much to my left right here. And definitely thanks to Ricky Matsko, our tournament coordinator, for running another successful MJT. Signing off till May 18th. Thank you guys for tuning in.